Chapter 242, Dragon Race. Chapter 242, Dragon Race. Swoosh. The divine dragon let out a breath in the direction of the Blood Crow Palace's lord, and a faint green mist spewed out from its mouth. The surrounding air instantly burned. As the green mist streaked through the void, the surrounding space went into a state of chaos while light distorted. Dragon flame. The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Dragon flame was an innate ability unique to the dragon race. After every dragon was born, they would naturally be able to master this ability after growing to a certain state. Furthermore, the older they grew, the deeper their cultivations would become. In turn, the might of dragon flame would grow as well, even till the point of being able to incinerate the heavens and seas. That was the divine power of the legends. While the dragon flame in front of him was far from the level of being a divine power, it was far beyond what the palace lord could withstand as well. Slapping on his storage bag, the palace lord took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. Right after, he whipped out a blood-colored bone staff. At the very top, there was a skull that emitted an eerie aura embedded on it. Blood pattern curse. The palace lord waved his bone staff, and two beams of bloody light shot out from the sockets of the skull. As if alive, the skull suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a green beam of light. The blood and green lights fused together to form a drop of blood. Instantly, the blood exploded and formed a series of ripples in the air that flew towards the dragon flame. Poof! 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 The two completely different forces clashed, collided, corroded and fought in midair, letting out a series of sounds as three different colored lights spewed in all directions in an extremely dazzling manner. While Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator who were hidden in a corner could not see what was going on, they could sense the terrifying fluctuations of that energy. Not to mention Su Zimo, even the golden core gray-robed cultivator would lose his life on the spot if he was struck by the feedback of the fight between those two powerful beings. Both Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator looked terrible as they held their breaths, not daring to make a single sound. The power of the dragon flame was clearly superior to the blood pattern curse. The two energies were locked in a stalemate for a moment before the dragon flame burned the series of blood patterns into a crisp and descended before the palace lord. Having crushed the protection talisman earlier on, the palace lord was surrounded by a defensive barrier. Crack! 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 This was the most advanced protection talisman amongst grade 5 talismans. However, it was still incapable of withstanding the corrosion of the dragon flame as cracks appeared before long. It was about to disperse at any moment. Naturally, the dragon flame's might was also reduced after being mowed down by the defense of the blood pattern curse and the grade 5 talisman. Dissipate. The palace lord waved his blood-colored bone staff once more, his eyes flashing a faint green as he hollered. Bang! Finally, the dragon flame dissipated into the air after 3 consecutive strikes from the palace lord. At this moment, the divine dragon swayed in the air with its massive body completely expanded and exposed in front of the palace lord, radiating with an aura that could make one tremble. The appearance of a divine dragon caused the weather to change. By resisting, the palace lord made the divine dragon even more furious. Fellow Daoist of the dragon race, we're both from the 9 races. I barged into this treasure ground by accident, please show mercy, the palace lord yelled immediately with a pale face. In the corner, Su Zimo was shocked when he heard that. Dragon race. Could the primordial life form outside actually be from the dragon race? Did dragons really exist in this world? At that moment, an impulse surged in Su Zimo's heart. He wanted to tear off the rag to see the appearance of one from the dragon race. However, Su Zimo endured it still. Back when he was studying in Pingyang Town, he had already heard many legends about dragons. Vague and without basis, those legends were merely folk tales that spread among the mortal realm. Su Zimo had never taken them seriously before. In fact, before he encountered perfected being Tsang Lang, he did not believe that immortals existed as well. Later on, Su Zimo stepped on the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak. In Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo read through some ancient books. None of them had any records about dragons. Even if there were, they were extremely short and vague. By reading many ancient books, one could piece together some limited information. Dragons were terrifying existences of the primordial era. They were not part of the demon race and were a unique race of their own, known as the dragon race. Legend has it that the dragon race was extremely strong and they were incomparably glorious in the primordial era, reigning through the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, the dragon race disappeared from the sands of time and became extinct, turning into mere legends. Su Zimo bore a sense of doubt towards those records. From his point of view, since the dragon race possessed such a majestic history, there would definitely be some traces of them left in Tianhuang mainland. Before this, Su Zimo had never seen anything about it before. Instantly, an image of the massive skeleton that nearly penetrated the entire sea of bones appeared in Su Zimo's mind. Could that have been a dragon's corpse? The thought of that possibility gave Su Zimo a shock. Frowning, he recalled what was said earlier on and a thought flashed through his mind: 9 races? What is that? On the other end, a glint flickered through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes momentarily upon hearing that. He's someone of the 9 races? Blood pattern curse. Could it be? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes flashed as he guessed the identity of the palace lord. So what if you're someone of the 9 races? Notwithstanding the fact that your bloodline is impure making you a bastard child, even if you were pure-blooded, coming here to eat a descendant of the dragon race is just asking to die. Within the void, a deep and powerful voice boomed out. Every single word that came out was like a clap of thunder that shook one's mind. Swoosh! The divine dragon swayed its tail. Filled with green scales, the dragon's tail that was thick like a divine whip slammed down at the palace lord with a destructive force. Ah! The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Before the dragon's tail even arrived, a suffocating aura of death had already approached. The palace lord bit his tongue gently and spat out a drop of blood essence. After spitting out the blood essence, the palace lord seemed to have weakened massively as his eyes dimmed in a dispirited manner. By sacrificing that essence blood, he would have to take more than 10 years of recuperation to recover even if he could survive that dragon's tail. Go! The palace lord chanted a chain of obscure incantations and waved his blood-colored bone staff, pointing it forward. The blood light transformed into a gigantic skeleton which gnawed towards the dragon's tail. At the same time, the palace lord took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag and crushed them all. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had gathered those talismans through the course of many years, but he did not expect that they would all be used up in this one round. He was painfully aggrieved for this battle. He was originally chasing a mere Foundation establishment cultivator that was bound to be killed. But for some reason, he was the one being put in a passive position for the entire situation, as if someone was leading him by the nose. After a round of torture, he arrived at this place by some freak accident and took on the blame of being targeted by a divine dragon without even seeing anyone at all. Chapter 243, Minor Transference Talisman. Chapter 243, Minor Transference Talisman. Bang! The dragon's tail collided heavily with the head of the skeleton and let out a earth-shattering sound in the air. Almost instantly, the skull was crushed into powder and dispersed in the surroundings. Swoosh! The dragon tail's momentum did not stop and whipped the Blood Crow Palace's lord's body viciously. Bang! 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 Even the stacked talismans were unable to withstand the ferocity of the divine dragon's tail. The palace lord's glabella lit up as a tyrannical spirit consciousness surged forth, resisting it with all its might. Bang! Like a kite that was snapped, the palace lord was sent flying from half of the mountain and landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive dust cloud. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as color drained from his face. His eyes dimmed as his bones were all broken, even his organs were shattered. If not for his final attempt to fight back, that tail would have whipped him into a mist of blood. The difference was too great. They were on completely different levels. It's really not me. I've only just arrived and didn't even enter. Enduring the massive pain, the palace lord gasped with a trembling voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? The divine dragon hovered in midair and looked down at the palace lord as it questioned him loudly. Its eyes were filled with a frosty killing intent. The palace lord took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, please listen to me. The reason why I came here was because I was trying to kill someone. Your descendant must have been eaten by that person. He's the true murderer. I believe that he is still around here. He must have used some kind of trick to conceal himself and must not have gone far." Upon hearing that, Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator who were hiding in the corner felt their hearts clench. They were so scared that they did not even dare to take deep breaths. The gray-robed cultivator lamented internally. While it was true that his rag had the ability to deceive one's vision, it was also based on the circumstances. Be it whether the dragon's egg was stolen or eaten, the divine dragon would definitely be heavily affected by that blow. In that troubled state, it would go crazy and lose its mind, rushing out to hunt for the murderer immediately. With the rag to conceal their bodies and hide their auras, it would be easy to escape at that moment. Furthermore, the divine dragon would not have expected that instead of leaving right away, they would be hiding within the cave. That was the psychological blind spot. However, the gray-robed cultivator did not expect that this palace lord would appear out of nowhere in the chaos. Hunting Su Zimo to this place, he deduced that Su Zimo was in the cave with the guidance of the blood curse's power. That was the reason why the palace lord said what he said. If the dragon turned around and searched the cave, the gray-robed cultivator's rag turned into a complete ornament. The rag could hide them from the detection of golden cores or even nascent souls with extreme ease. However, it was a fool's dream to think that it could hide them from the detection of an adult dragon. Right after the palace lord said that, silence descended outside. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. The world seemed to have stopped. A look of determination flashed through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes as he reached for his storage bag while putting away the rag at the same time. At this moment, if they continued hiding, it would just be deceiving themselves. A talisman appeared in the palms of the gray-robed cultivator. Minor Transference Talisman. This was a type of talisman in the ancient era which had been lost through the times. Even in the ancient era, the minor transference talisman was famous and was extremely rare. Crushing a minor transference talisman could bring someone away from their current location instantly, teleporting them thousands of kilometers away. While the end point was uncertain, an ability like that was enough to move every cultivator. After all, it meant that any cultivators in possession of the minor transference talisman could instantly escape from danger and ensure that they would not die. The value of a minor transference talisman was self-evident. Using one meant that there was one less available. In the current cultivation world, the minor transference talisman was something considered to be priceless. No amount of spirit stones could buy one. To be fair, the gray-robed cultivator had not expected to make use of the minor transference talisman in his original plans. However, given the pressing circumstances, he was going to die if he did not use it. The moment the gray-robed cultivator pulled away the rag, two men appeared, standing in the deepest corner of the cave. The palace lord blinked his green eyes. This was the first time he caught sight of Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, this was also the first time he saw his pursuer. Even though it was a short moment, the two of them memorized each other immediately. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of the primordial life form spiraled in the skies. Pust. His heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted right away, gasping for a breath of cold air. It was too shocking. If he had not seen it himself, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a life form could grow to such an extent while radiating such a terrifying and intimidating presence. In front of this primordial life form, Su Zimo actually felt a sense of insignificance and an urge to prostrate himself in worship. It was as if the other party was incomparably noble and supreme. The thought gushed into his mind, as though it was deeply embedded in the foundation of his bloodline. Su Zimo frowned. This feeling made him feel extremely disgusted. Unless he was willing, Su Zimo would not bow down or kneel to anyone. He narrowed his eyes with a burning gaze. Against the might of the divine dragon, he puffed up his chest instead while a trace of sharp killing intent was revealed in his eyes. The moment that humble feeling emerged, Su Zimo crushed it into nothingness. While the change that happened in Su Zimo was extremely short, almost instantaneous, the gray-robed cultivator sensed it. He looked at Su Zimo deeply. This was the first time he felt that this green-robed cultivator was not simple. He was the only one who knew clearly how difficult it would be to break free from the authoritative might and aura of someone from the dragon race. Not only did it require an indestructible willpower, it also required a confidence that bordered towards arrogance and a type of dominance that would have one look down upon the entire world and fear nothing. There might be cultivators out there who could fulfill some of those requirements. However, there were only a few who could meet all three. Su Zimo in front of him was one of them. If Su Zimo had already given the gray-robed cultivator a newfound respect, the black and unassuming little dog in Su Zimo's robes was even more incredible. How is that possible? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. Against the divine dragon that was spiraling in the skies with a holy light shimmering around it and menacing horns on its head, there was no trace of fear to be found in Night Spirit's eyes. Most of its body was hidden in Su Zimo's embrace, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. With a calm expression, it glared at the divine dragon in the skies coldly. Night Spirit's gaze was a little strange, such that the gray-robed cultivator could not put it to words. However, he would always remember that gaze. Many years later, when the gray-robed cultivator finally found out about Night Spirit's origin, he would be enlightened upon recalling this gaze. Chapter 244, Escape. Chapter 244, Escape. Towards Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator bore extreme resentment the entire time. If not for this person, he would have long escaped unscathed after stealing the dragon's egg. In the future, he would have nurtured a divine dragon. How glorious would that be? But now, not only was the dragon's egg gone, even the most precious and rarest treasure in his possession, the minor transference talisman, was taken out. This is a huge loss. The gray-robed cultivator cursed internally. After crushing the minor transference talisman, his first instinct was to send Su Zimo flying with a kick. He was vengeful. Why else would he have landed in such a sorry state if not for that green-robed cultivator? However, when he sensed the change in Su Zimo alongside Night Spirit's gaze, the gray-robed cultivator changed his mind at the last minute. He decided to take the green-robed cultivator and that black dog along with him. That's a minor transference talisman? The Blood Crow Palace's lord's gaze narrowed as he instantly recognized that talisman. The minor transference talisman was crushed. An extremely strange energy fluctuation burst forth from the gray-robed cultivator's palm. A sudden violent tremble broke out in the space. Right after, a humongous vortex appeared behind the gray-robed cultivator. Its core was dark and bottomless like a black hole. An extremely powerful suction force worked itself on the gray-robed cultivator. Before he was dragged into the black hole, the gray-robed cultivator reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's arm, yanking the latter along. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Swoosh! The two figures were swallowed whole by the black hole and disappeared. Almost instantly, the divine dragon that was still in the skies transformed into a massive beam of green light and descended upon the middle of the mountain, causing the godly mountain to crack and collapse on the spot. Even though the divine dragon's speed was fast enough, it was still a step slower. Roar! Enraged, it opened its blood-red mouth and saliva dripped down, howling with an earth-shattering dragon's roar that reverberated through the world. Around the head of the divine dragon, the sound seemed to be corporeal and formed ripples that spread in all directions, sweeping through the entire primordial ruin such that the countless corpses in the sea of bones were sent jumping. Countless white-boned beasts were awakened, seemingly summoned. Even the skeleton of a dragon that permeated through the entire sea of bones was vibrating as if it wanted to soar into the heavens. The moment the dragon's roar ended, a faint dragon's roar could be heard from a valley made up of a mountain range behind the godly mountain. The dragon's roar from the valley was neither loud nor clear, but it carried the weight of time. It was dignified and majestic. Ugh! The palace lord grunted in pain, looking even more terrible. The dragon roar from the valley seemed insignificant, but it almost shattered his essence spirit. The white-boned beasts that were formed in the sea of bones collapsed into many bones and fell to the ground once more. Intersecting in the air, the two dragon roars seemed to be communicating something. The divine dragon in the air above was extremely furious, howling in a frenzied manner. However, the dragon roar from the valley seemed to be trying to stop it. The argument between both parties grew more intense and could not sustain any longer. Finally, the divine dragon let out a final roar and turned into a green beam of light, disappearing from the skies above the godly mountain as it sped towards the outside of the sea of bones. There were many cultivators pacing around the perimeter of the primordial forest still. These were extremely cautious cultivators who did not dare to step foot into the primordial forest casually. However, they were indignant about leaving just like that as well. Not long later, a loud roar burst forth from the direction of the primordial ruin. Some of the cultivators frowned. Vaguely sensing that something was amiss, fear flickered in their eyes as they turned and left. But for most of the cultivators, they were excited as they discussed fervently. Flying into the skies, they kept looking towards the ruin. That voice is so strange. I wonder what sort of beast that is. By the sounds of it, that beast is not weak. It might be a beast from the primordial era that's already extinct in Tianhuang mainland. If that beast dares to show itself, I'll definitely take it down personally and force it into a blood oath with me. Before long, a towering divine dragon with a head of horns crossed the sea of bones, the primordial forest, and arrived in the air with an imposing aura. Looking down at the vast land, it emitted a terrifying pressure with a murderous look in its eyes. Everyone was aghast. The cultivators that were in midair felt their limbs go cold and limp as they fell to the ground one after another. Thud. Thud. The cultivators that were standing all knelt down. Under the boundless might of the dragon, the thousands of cultivators trembled with pale faces in silence. The cultivator who said that he was going to take down the beast was already scared out of his wits, peeing and shitting on the spot. Kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed profusely. Roar. The divine dragon roared into the sky. Poof. 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 Outside the primordial forest, thousands of cultivators exploded, turning into a bloody mist of flesh and sludge as they died on the spot. The cultivators who left earlier were shocked and they saw the scene from afar. It was too tragic. Several thousand cultivators, including golden cores, could not even withstand the howl of a divine dragon. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the primordial forest turned into an azura hell with corpses strewn all over and rivers of blood. The divine dragon hated those cultivators to the core. To it, those people were no different from the two who had escaped. After taking a closer look, the divine dragon soared into the skies and flew above the 9 heavens with a murderous killing intent. Speeding into the distance, it disappeared into the skies above the primordial ruin before long. It was only until then that the palace lord let out a heave of relief. He had survived. Lying on the ground, everything felt surreal and the palace lord had a dazed expression. Fortunately, the divine dragon chose to leave in the end. Otherwise, he was dead for sure. Standing up with much difficulty, the palace lord clutched his blood-colored bone staff and trawled his immensely injured body to cross the sea of bones, arriving before the primordial forest once more. Master. The Blood Crow King had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the terrible state the palace lord was in, his expression changed as he hurriedly rushed up to support the latter. What's going on? How did this happen? The Blood Crow King was a little lost. Gritting his teeth, the palace lord clenched his teeth, revealing an endless amount of hatred in his eyes as he trembled in rage. At this moment, he was finally regaining his senses. Right from the beginning, this chase was already part of Su Zimo's trap. Not only did he fail to kill that lad personally, he nearly died. It was a complete failure. The injuries on his body were immense and he would require several decades of recuperation to recover. Su Zimo, Fufufu, you must live well. Don't let anything happen to you. The moment I reappear, that will be the time for you to die. The palace lord's expression was grim as he let out a series of laughter with a vicious gaze. The Blood Crow King stood at the side, not daring to say anything. A long while later, the palace lord took a deep breath of air and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Back to Black Crow Mountain. Master, it's going to be hard for us to cross this primordial forest given your serious injuries. Call all of your clansmen here. Even if those blood crows have to die here, they have to make a path for me to get out." After a moment of silence, the Blood Crow King nodded. Understood. Chapter 245, Targeting Night Spirit. Chapter 245, Targeting Night Spirit. In the void thousands of kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a gigantic black hole appeared and two figures tumbled out of it, landing heavily onto the ground with a massive dust cloud. Su Zimo's body was strong and he felt nothing much. Ouch! On the other hand, the gray-robed cultivator was crying out in pain. While he was a golden core, his physique was not as strong as Su Zimo's. The fall had him baring his teeth and hissing in pain. Looking around, Su Zimo realized that they had left the primordial ruin and arrived at a completely foreign place. Minor Transference Talisman. His eyes shimmered as he murmured. He knew nothing about talismans and that was the first time he had heard of that talisman as well. However, the ability of the Minor Transference Talisman was an eye-opener for Su Zimo. Space teleportation. In Tianhuang mainland, most cultivators who wanted to teleport had to set up teleportation formations in advance. The higher the level of the teleportation formation, the further they could be teleported. Su Zimo had never expected that a seemingly simple talisman could actually activate the effect of space teleportation. To be fair, given those circumstances, it would be impossible for him and the gray-robed cultivator to escape if not for the Minor Transference Talisman. His mind flashed as he recalled that shocking final glimpse he had before leaving the primordial ruin. That massively slender body that was covered in scales as though it was flowing with water of steel. Its head was hideous and it had sharp claws, letting out an explosive power of might from head to toe. That loud and clear roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks could only be perfectly described as a dragon's roar. Was that really a dragon? Looking at the gray-robed cultivator, Su Zimo could not help but ask. The many things that Su Zimo experienced today had completely exceeded his understanding of the world, the cultivation world and Tianhuang mainland. Until now, Su Zimo could not believe that an actual living, breathing dragon had appeared before him. Furthermore, he was nearly killed by that dragon. When he heard Su Zimo's question, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly, "What else do you think? It was really a dragon." In the distant primordial era, there was an incomparably strong race known as the dragon race. Right after, Su Zimo thought of something. Since that green life form was a dragon, that meant that the gigantic egg inside the cave was a dragon's egg. I actually ate a dragon. Su Zimo was shocked. Or rather, to be accurate, it was half a dragon. Night Spirit ate the other half. The gray-robed cultivator who was still seated on the ground got more frustrated the more he thought about it. When he heard Su Zimo mumbling to himself at the side, he was even more furious and could not help but stand up. Advancing forward, he glared at Su Zimo and gritted his teeth. "You also know that you ate a dragon? Of all things, why did you have to eat a dragon's egg? If you didn't eat that egg, it'll definitely give birth to a divine dragon in the future after I steal it. And now? I got nothing at all." Before Su Zimo could react, Night Spirit, who was hiding in his robes, suddenly extended its sharp claws with a cold gaze. It was as if it would attack without hesitation if the gray-robed cultivator had any strange movements. The moment Night Spirit extended its claws, the gray-robed cultivator felt a cold air blow past his back. Sensing something, he lowered his head and glared at Night Spirit, hollering, "Why? You want to bite me, black dog? You arrogant little, eh?" Looking at Night Spirit's claws, the gray-robed cultivator narrowed his gaze and remarked softly. The thickness of Night Spirit's claw was almost identical to the hole on the dragon's egg. Oh! Realization dawned on the gray-robed cultivator as he said, "That whole mess, this black dog was actually the one that started it." Seeing the crazy manner of the gray-robed cultivator, Night Spirit did not sense any hostility from him and was no longer bothered. It half-closed its eyes and sprawled on Su Zimo's chest again. The gray-robed cultivator sized Night Spirit up and pondered deeply. Initially, he thought that Night Spirit was nothing but a mere dog. He even mocked Su Zimo for raising a dog as a spirit beast. However, from the looks of it, Night Spirit was not so simple. A mere dog aside, even ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts might hesitate to eat if a dragon's egg was placed in front of them. However, no matter how the gray-robed cultivator thought about it, he could not find any demon beasts that could match with Night Spirit. Rubbing his chin, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes as a thought slowly arose in his mind. Right then, Su Zimo asked at the side, "I'm Su Zimo of Ethereal Peak. Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "Lin Xuanji." The gray-robed cultivator's attention was mostly on Night Spirit as he replied without much thought. Nodding his head, Su Zimo cupped his fists solemnly. "Thank you for saving me this time. If I have a chance, I'll definitely repay you in the future." "There's no need for a future. You can do it now." Lin Xuanji let out a smile and pointed to Night Spirit in Su Zimo's embrace. "Taoist, we'll consider your debt repaid if you give me that dog. How about it?" Even though Lin Xuanji could not tell Night Spirit's background, he could tell that it had a great potential. Even if it was truly a dog, it could definitely transform into a ferocious and terrifying spirit beast after eating half a dragon's egg. Lin Xuanji could vaguely sense that if he could take Night Spirit away, it would definitely make up for his loss this time. Night Spirit? Su Zimo froze for a moment. He had not expected that Lin Xuanji would target Night Spirit. Chuckling, Su Zimo replied, "It's not a problem for me to agree. However, Night Spirit will definitely not leave with you." Hee hee. Lin Xuanji let out a strange chuckle and asked, "So, you're agreeable to that? If you are, then we are even and no one owes anyone anything. How about that?" "Sure." Su Zimo nodded, smiling internally. He knew Night Spirit's temperament best. The gray-robed cultivator would definitely be at a loss for wanting to target Night Spirit. "Great." Lin Xuanji patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. "As long as you're agreeable, leave the rest to me. I'll show you my capabilities too." Su Zimo smiled without replying. Coming before Night Spirit, Lin Xuanji asked with a smile, "Little black dog, come with me?" Night Spirit ignored him and closed its eyes, seemingly asleep. Lin Xuanji lifted the folding fan in his hands and tapped towards Night Spirit's head, chiding softly, "This little fellow is quite good at pretending." Just as the folding fan was about to land on Night Spirit's head, it suddenly woke up. It raised its head and bit Lin Xuanji's folding fan, letting out a threatening growl from its throat. "Hey!" Lin Xuanji panicked and withdrew his folding fan hurriedly. However, Night Spirit bit on tightly and refused to relent. "Don't." Lin Xuanji waved the folding fan in his hand so frantically that his arm was almost dislocated. Only then did he manage to throw Night Spirit off. Su Zimo swept his gaze over Lin Xuanji's folding fan with a calm expression. That folding fan was a treasure. Night Spirit's bite was strong enough to snap even the demon-suppressing rope. However, the folding fan was not even scratched at all. Chapter 246, Concealing the Heavenly Secrets. Chapter 246, Concealing the Heavenly Secrets. Mad Dog. Lin Xuanji almost broke out in cold sweat. This little thing did not look very big and seemed like it was just born recently. However, it was quite strong and nearly pulled the folding fan away from his hand. The folding fan in Lin Xuanji's hand was quite powerful. It was a symbol of his lineage. If he really lost the fan, he would probably lose his life. Furthermore, he could not afford to lose it. The more Lin Xuanji thought about it, the more afraid he got. If Night Spirit had really snatched his folding fan away, how would he tell the old man upon returning that his folding fan was lost and taken away by a dog? The old man would definitely whip him to death. At that thought, Lin Xuanji glared at Night Spirit angrily. Naturally, Night Spirit was unabashed and glared back as well. The man and beast glared at one another. After a while, Lin Xuanji gave up and revealed a friendly smile. Mad Dog. Ahem, Night Spirit. What do you think this is? With that said, Lin Xuanji took out a small bottle from his storage bag and removed the bottle stopper. Instantly, a strong herbal fragrance wafted out. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed with the herbal fragrance. Blood Flesh Elixir. The blood flesh elixir was refined using the blood and flesh essence of demon beasts. Coupled with many other herbs and an arduous process, the final product was a favorite of many demon beasts. The grade of blood flesh elixir required depended on the level of demon beast one was trying to suppress. The blood flesh elixir before them was of quite a high level. It could be a grade 2 or even 3 elixir. Even though Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement, in all fairness, he could only refine grade 1 elixirs. Furthermore, ever since the 5 Peaks face-off, he had no intention of spending any more effort and time on elixir refinement. He had to give it up. As the grade of elixirs increased, the demands of the elixir refinement techniques would be higher and the recipes would get more complex as well. Su Zimo was not a god and did not have that much time and energy. The path he wanted to take was one fraught with difficulties. On the basis of both immortality and demonic cultivation, he could only choose between weapon or elixir refinement, and Su Zimo chose the former. If it was Spirit Tiger or Little Crane, both would have lunged for this blood flesh elixir in a frenzied manner the moment they saw it. No matter the consequences, they would just eat it first. However, Night Spirit was extremely calm. It eyed the blood flesh elixir in disdain and pouted its lips. Fuck. Lin Xuanji was provoked. He could sense his pride being insulted and trampled on by that gaze. I'm actually being despised by a dog. Lin Xuanji was so angry that his entire body was trembling and his eyes were red. Su Zimo smiled and patted Lin Xuanji on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "You'll get used to it." Lin Xuanji. Indignant, Lin Xuanji took out another bunch of treasures from his storage bag. There were countless pills and elixirs that shone brightly and emanated with fragrance. There were even inner cores of demon beasts within. Night Spirit narrowed its gaze and leaned against Su Zimo's chest lazily, ignoring Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji was upset. A moment later, he could not take it anymore. Inching furtively over to Su Zimo, he whispered, "Fellow Daoist, what does that mad dog like? Tell me." Su Zimo had an idea and nodded. "I can tell you, but you've got to exchange something for it." "What?" Lin Xuanji took a half-step back, his face filled with vigilance. "That minor transference talisman. Do you have any more?" "Sell me some of them," Su Zimo said. Lin Xuanji nearly spat out blood. His face was grim and his body trembled, seemingly angry to the verge of collapsing. Seeing that, Su Zimo hurriedly added, "I'm going to buy them with spirit stones, not taking it away from you." "Fellow Daoist, you're getting too worked up." Su Zimo did not know the preciousness of the minor transference talisman and merely took it as a talisman that had a price tag to it. Lin Xuanji's mouth cramped up as he glared at Su Zimo angrily, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, "I only had one fucking piece and you're asking for a few pieces. Do you think that the minor transference talisman is some cabbage you can purchase off the streets? That last sentence was almost entirely shouted by Lin Xuanji. After shouting, he panted heavily. Still indignant, he said to Night Spirit, "Night Spirit, your master is way too ignorant. There's no potential to grow by sticking with him." Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Xuanji was high-spirited as he declared proudly, "Let me tell you, if you were to follow me, I guarantee that you'll definitely have anything you want to eat in the future." Hia. Upon hearing that, Night Spirit's eyes suddenly lit up as it cried softly, seemingly moved. Lin Xuanji's voice came to a halt. "Ow. There's a reaction." Elated, he looked at Su Zimo excitedly, "Fellow Daoist, what did Night Spirit just say?" Suppressing his laughter, Su Zimo replied, "Night Spirit said that it wants to eat dragon eggs. It's asking if you can get any?" Lin Xuanji. Why you? You guys." Lin Xuanji pointed at Su Zimo and Night Spirit. His nose was crooked from anger and his voice was quivering. He felt that if he continued to stay with this man and beast, he would definitely break down. "Humph, good luck to you guys." With a furious flick of his sleeves, Lin Xuanji soared into the air and flew off into the distance. "No matter what, thank you, fellow Daoist." Seeing that Lin Xuanji was about to disappear, Su Zimo hurriedly shouted. Those words were truly from the bottom of his heart. If not for Lin Xuanji, he would have died inside the primordial ruin. When he heard that, Lin Xuanji, who was speeding in the skies, felt his legs give way and almost fell. Su Zimo had reaped quite a lot from this trip. Not only did he manage to remove the power of the blood slave art remaining in his body, he even managed to eat a dragon's egg. However, Lin Xuanji got nothing at all. All he got was a little bit of leftover juice. Lin Xuanji continued speeding through the wind, feeling more upset the more he thought about it. He had cultivated for dozens of years. As the successor of one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, when had he ever suffered such a loss? That person must be the reincarnation of a jinx. Why else would my luck be so bad when I'm around him? Disciple of Ethereal Peak? Humph. I've got to divine who he is and his background alongside the secrets he's hiding. With that said, Lin Xuanji took a deep breath of air and a gray, gentle light appeared in his pupils. It spread out slowly, turning into a thin layer of haze that veiled his eyes. Opening his palm, Lin Xuanji's thumb made repeated contact with his other 4 fingers, tapping in a furious speed. A mysterious, profound power swirled around Lin Xuanji's fingertips. Oh. After a long time, Lin Xuanji's body trembled and the gray fog in his eyes dispersed. Stunned, he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? I'm unable to divine it." His face was grim as he frowned. That person is only a foundation establishment cultivator, why can't I divine it? It doesn't make sense. Could someone be concealing the heavenly secrets? Lin Xuanji's gaze narrowed as he murmured softly, "There's a supreme expert backing this lad?" Chapter 247, Great Zhou Capital. Chapter 247, Great Zhou Capital. After Lin Xuanji left, Su Zimo took out the map and compared against it carefully. A moment later, he discovered to his shock that his current location was less than 5 kilometers away from the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The minor transference talisman that was used in the primordial ruin had actually teleported them nearby the Great Zhou's capital. After the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo's rampant escape had brought him a long way away from Ethereal Peak. Without any other means, given his cultivation realm, if he were to leave from this place, it would take him several months to reach back to Ethereal Peak even if he were to rush day and night without any rest or sleep. Worried about the safety of everyone from Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and decided to check out the capital first and see if he could find out any news. Putting away the map, he soared into the skies on his flying sword with Night Spirit and sped in the direction of the capital. An hour later, at the border between the sky and the ground ahead, a towering black-walled city came into view. The city wall extended from the ground left and right, but there was no end to it. One could feel the grandeur of the city merely by looking from afar. It was as if a primordial divine dragon was lying on the horizon. That's the great Zhou's capital? The closer he approached the city, the more he could feel its magnificence. Compared to the city before him, the Yan country's capital was like a mansion in a real city. It was a world of a difference. At a close distance, one could clearly see signs of the surface of the city walls being weathered by the elements. While it was old and mottled, the city stood upright and indestructible over countless years. That was because this was the core of the great Zhou dynasty. The emperor's territory, the capital of the dynasty. There were 3 tall city gates in the direction of Su Zimo's city wall where many guards of the capital stood on both sides. The traffic was endless and more than half of them were cultivators. Hey, that cultivator up there. Anyone that's beneath golden core is forbidden from flying in the capital. Come down quickly. Right then, a shout from the city gate interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the city gate of the capital on his flying sword and the guard below was referring to him. Even a vassal state like Yan country had various rules in its capital, let alone this majestic city that was the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo descended in front of the city gate and headed into the capital with the crowd. He looked around carefully and noticed that the guards would collect 10 spirit stones as entrance fee each time they encountered cultivators. Qi refinement warriors paid 10 inferior grade spirit stones while foundation establishment cultivators paid 10 middle grade spirit stones. As for golden cores, they could enter directly. Su Zimo was not bothered by the rules and did not want any trouble, so he handed 10 middle grade spirit stones casually to a guard. One of the guards could tell that it was Su Zimo's first time in the capital and reminded him out of kindness that there were many rules in the capital and he should watch out for them. If he broke any, he could be kicked out of the capital for minor offenses. As for major offenses, he could be dealt with severely. Expressing his thanks, Su Zimo entered the capital. Upon entering, he nodded silently. The spirit qi in the capital was clearly thicker than outside. There should be an array formation master who set up a massive spirit gathering formation in and out of the great Zhou's capital to achieve such an effect. Su Zimo walked through the long street paved with bluestone and fell into deep thought. Even golden cores would not be able to attain true anidia and had to eat. Only nascent souls would possess supreme dermic powers and were able to consume rain dews and absorb the essences of the universe. Nourishing their bodies with the qi of day and night, they could attain anidia. Therefore, the best place to obtain information in the great Zhou's capital was a restaurant. Raising his head, Su Zimo caught sight of a 2-storied restaurant not far away on his left. Noon had yet to arrive but there were already plenty of customers within, mostly cultivators. Entering the restaurant, Su Zimo did not head up to the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Instead, he looked for a seat nearby the windows on the 1st floor and sat down, casually ordering some food. Before long, more people gathered on the 1st floor. Many cultivators were gathered in small groups as they discussed the recent happenings of the cultivation world. Su Zimo listened in while sipping his drink in no hurry. A long time later, someone in the crowd suddenly remarked, "There's 2 more years till the sect competition. I think Ethereal Peak is doomed this time round." That's right. Because of such a huge change in Ethereal Peak, there will be plenty of empty spots on the 4 ranking lists. Let's see who's able to clinch the top seat this time round. Yes, I think many sects and cultivators have their sights set on the primordial ruin and are thinking of finding some treasure there. By that time, they will definitely shine in the sect competition. Just as everyone was discussing, a green-robed cultivator popped out of nowhere and asked suddenly, "I heard that many Foundation establishment cultivators of Ethereal Peak were killed at Dongling Valley. What happened thereafter? How many disciples of Ethereal Peak managed to escape?" Everyone turned to look at Su Zimo with weird gazes. He gave an embarrassed smile. "I've been out adventuring for a long time and have just returned. This is the first time I'm hearing of this." "Oh." The cultivators nodded in realization. Someone said, "That massacre was a huge blow for Ethereal Peak. From what I know, only a dozen or so out of the many Foundation establishment disciples managed to escape. Of the 3 great legacy disciples, 2 of them died in that battle. Su Zimo felt slightly better that it wasn't a complete annihilation. However, he was still worried about little Fatty and Leng Ro's safety. What about the golden cores of Ethereal Peak? What happened to them? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked. It's even worse. A cultivator at the side shook his head and replied, I heard that of Ethereal Peak's 5 golden cores, only 1 managed to escape and he was seriously injured. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Su Zimo sighed internally. As they had mentioned, the blow for Ethereal Peak was huge. Almost all of their top Foundation establishment cultivators had perished in Dongling Valley. Only, he did not know whether Peak Master Wen Xian or Elder Yu was the golden core who had escaped. Right then, another cultivator added, I heard news that initially, none of the Ethereal Peak disciples could escape at all. However, a change happened to the situation. In order to save his sect mates, one of the disciples decided to sacrifice himself and lure away more than half of the enemies. Yes, I've heard about that as well. It's truly a pity that someone like that is dead. Another person shook his head with a regrettable expression. Su Zimo realized that the disciple of Ethereal Peak they were talking about should be referring to him. However, what they knew was far from the actual truth. Actually, that person might not be dead, right? Su Zimo continued casually. Ha! Someone scoffed coldly. He was being hunted down by a few golden cores and countless Foundation establishment cultivators. How could he have survived? Another cultivator chimed in, if he's not dead, I'll pluck my head off right now and let you guys kick it around like a ball. Chapter 248, Storyteller. Chapter 248, Storyteller. In the northwestern corner of the great Zhou dynasty, there was a prefecture city called Yongxing City. There were all sorts of people gathered there and it was bustling with life. In a corner of Yongxing City, a group of people were huddled together. In the middle of the crowd, there was an empty space with a table and an old man. Wearing a white crown and long robes, he had a tall beard and rosy cheeks as he leaned back against a chair. The old man's left hand was resting on a wooden block on the table while he waved a paper fan with his right. As he spoke with a smooth eloquence, everyone around him was mesmerized. Looking at his attire, alongside the wooden block on the table and the folding fan in his hand, it was obvious that this was a storyteller. Traveling among common folk, this was somebody that was specialized in the tales of the supernatural. The stories told by storytellers were magnificent and bewildering. They were most attractive to mortals. That battle was so intense that the skies went dark and the earth shattered. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as fresh blood flowed in an extremely tragic manner. Waving his paper fan, the elderly man said in a clear voice, this powerful being of the human race took a step forth, causing the voids to tremble. A shout of his could fell the stars, a back flip of his palm could summon the clouds and a front flip could summon the rain. While that divine dragon was strong with the ability to topple mountains and oceans while overturning the heavens and moon, it could not defeat that man. Everyone listened intently. A massive battle continued for 2 days and nights and finally, the divine dragon was slain by that man. Fresh blood splattered from the divine dragon's body endlessly. Many living beings that could not dodge in time and were splashed by the blood exploded to the death on the spot, unable to withstand the divine dragon's power of bloodline with their bodies. Many people were secretly shocked and gasped. Seeing everyone's reactions, the old man was very pleased. He waved his fan gently and stroked his beard with a smile. Foo-foo. Right then, a sneer could be heard from outside the crowd. These illusory untruths are merely enough to fool mortals. What a joke. Who would have the stamina to fight for 2 days and nights? Divine dragons? You were speaking as though you've seen one before. The person who spoke was a Foundation establishment cultivator. When this person happened to pass by this place, he paused to listen for a while and could not help but sneer. In truth, true cultivators did not care about listening to such stories as they could easily differentiate between truth and fiction. Seeing that he was exposed, the old man's face turned red, seemingly from embarrassment. He straightened his neck and asked, "How do you know I've never seen one before?" "Oh." The Foundation establishment cultivator glanced askance at the old man and sneered, "You don't have any spirit chi in your body, so you can't be a cultivator. If so, I want to ask you. Where did you see the divine dragon, huh?" Using the spirit peering art, it was easy to detect that this old man was a mere mortal. The moment the old man heard that the other party was a cultivator, his aura weakened. Avoiding eye contact and retracting his neck, he muttered softly, "In any case, I've seen it before." The Foundation establishment cultivator pouted his lips and scoffed coldly before leaving. Not far away, there was a man dressed in gray robes. Slightly rotund with a beardless face, he was holding a folding fan as well as he walked towards them. "Storyteller, why don't you continue?" Someone at the side urged impatiently. The old man swept his gaze around. When he saw who it was, the wooden block in his hand landed, ringing with a resounding slap. "If you want to know what happened, wait for the next session." Keeping the wooden block, the old man closed his paper fan and waved. "All right, let's disperse. We'll continue another day." Tisk. The crowd booed. Seeing that the old man was standing to leave, the crowd no longer lingered and dispersed as well. Entering the crowd, the old man disappeared within a couple of steps. In an empty corner, the old man and a gray-robed cultivator met. "Old man, I failed. I didn't get it." The gray-robed cultivator with the dispirited expression was Lin Xuanji, who had just escaped from the primordial ruin. Stroking his long beard, the old man looked unfathomable as he replied with a smile, "I expected that." "Fuck." When Lin Xuanji heard that, he hopped in anger. "You're vicious, old man. If you've already divined it from the start, why did you still want me to head to that place? I nearly lost my life." "What do you know?" The old man said with a calm expression, "The divination that I divined showed that this was a dangerous journey. Although you're destined to fail, this journey will be worth it for you." "Is it?" Lin Xuanji ground his teeth and asked. "Of course. My divination is never wrong," the old man was confident. Lin Xuanji could not hold it in any longer and yelled, "I didn't manage to get any shit. I only got a little bit of egg juice and it was left behind by a dog." "What egg juice? What dog?" The old man was a little confused after being sprayed with a facial of saliva. Lin Xuanji recounted the events in the dragon lair of the primordial ruin in detail. "You ate the dragon's egg? You're twisted." The old man was so angry that he was trembling. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Lin Xuanji's face. "Hey, don't hit me. Stop. It wasn't me. It was that Su Zimo and a dog." Lin Xuanji kept dodging, but it was useless. With a resounding slap, a red palm print appeared on his cheek. "Old man, I've also used the minor transference talisman." Piak. Without another word, the old man sent another slap flying. Another palm print appeared on Lin Xuanji's right cheek that could not fade away. Stroking his beard, the old man frowned. "This doesn't make any sense. The divination can't be wrong and you should have gained from this journey. Could it be that this divination was referring to that Su Zimo?" "Right, old man. That guy has some sort of skill such that I can't divine his background and fortune," Lin Xuanji said. "There's such a thing?" A subtle ripple emanated from the old man's glabella that shrouded the entire capital in an instant. Before long, it located Su Zimo within a restaurant. Gentle threads appeared in the old man's eyes that spread out swiftly into a hazy fog. Opening his palm, the old man began to divine. As time passed, the old man frowned deeper while his expression turned grimmer and paler. Given the old man's cultivation realm, he should be able to divine a Foundation establishment cultivator almost instantly. But now, 2 hours have passed. Next to him, Lin Xuanji waited with bated breath silently, afraid that he would disturb the old man. Another hour passed and the old man's body shuddered. With a grunt, the gentle threads dispersed and blood vessels appeared in a terrifying manner. "Old man, how are you?" Lin Xuanji knew that this was the result of a forced divination session. Some people had special destinies. If one were to force a divination and did not stop in time, turning blind would be a normal occurrence. If it was more serious, some people could even have bad luck befall them. "I'm fine." The old man waved it off and let out a long breath, pondering. That lad has a normal destiny. It was initially ordinary, but an expert helped him to change his fate, weaving his destiny entirely. "I can't divine him either." "Huh?" Lin Xuanji's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, "Changed his fate?" He knew the immensity of those words. That was something that even the old man could not do. "Oh." Right then, the old man's expression changed and his eyes shone with a strange glint. Chapter 249, Chase. Chapter 249, Chase. Seeing the strange look on the old man's face, Lin Xuanji could not help but ask, "What happened, old man? You said that the three of you ate that dragon's egg?" The old man was expressionless as he asked instead. Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuanji shook his head hurriedly. "I only ate a little bit of egg juice. It was almost entirely eaten by that man and beast. Both of them ate so much that their mouths spewed with light and they could barely hold it in." "Eat a little?" The old man sneered, "Even if you only ate a single drop of it, you can dream about getting away scot-free. Do you think that it's so easy to eat a dragon's egg? That you can just wipe your ass and leave after eating it?" "Old man, what do you mean? Don't scare me. A dragon has come knocking." "Ah. Stay here and don't leave the city." Right after saying that, the old man transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from where he was. Outside the city, a woman clad in green armor headed for the city gate. She was tall and exuded a cold aura, bearing a frosty expression with killing intent hidden in her eyes. Her armor was extremely unique, as if green fish scales were pieced together seamlessly. The closer to the city gate, the more people there were. Even as she approached, the woman did not show any signs of slowing down as she squeezed through the crowd straight towards the city gate. "Why are you squeezing? Do you want to die?" A Foundation establishment cultivator ahead spun around suddenly and glared at the green-armored woman. He placed his hand on his storage bag in a threatening manner. Other than some special areas, fighting within the capital was forbidden. However, since this was outside the capital after all, the guards would not care even if a fight truly broke out here. Against the threat of the Foundation establishment cultivator, the green-armored woman was expressionless as she continued walking forth. In fact, she did not even pause in her footsteps at all. The Foundation establishment cultivator frowned. Using the spirit-peering art, he sized the green-armored woman up and realized that there were no traces of spirit chi at all. Most importantly, the green-armored woman did not carry a storage bag with her. This implied that she was a mere mortal. "You're asking for death." Confident, the Foundation establishment cultivator cursed and withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 2 spirit patterns shone on the sword. A middle-grade flying sword. "Go!" The Foundation establishment cultivator hollered as the flying sword stabbed towards the glabella of the green-armored woman. The crowd had long dispersed, afraid that they would be implicated. Ignoring the incoming flying sword, the green-armored woman continued forward. The Foundation establishment cultivator opposite sneered internally as a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Clang! When the flying sword stabbed the green-armored woman's glabella, it was repelled and the sound of metal clashing was produced. The expression of the Foundation establishment cultivator changed. The crowd was also dumbfounded. A middle-grade flying sword could not even scratch that person's body? What was that person's cultivation realm exactly? By now, the green-armored woman already came close. Suddenly, she stretched her arm and extended a slender finger, tapping gently on the head of the Foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he could see the green-armored woman's finger coming for him, the Foundation establishment cultivator felt like he could not move or dodge no matter what. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The green-armored woman retracted her hand and a hole appeared on the Foundation establishment cultivator's head as blood gushed out. With his gaze dimming, the person fell to the ground with a thud and died on the spot. When they saw that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The guards standing at the city gate merely intended to watch the fun. But now, they were extremely tense as though they were facing a formidable enemy. While the guards did not have high cultivation realms, they had come across all sorts of people standing guard all year round. They could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from that green-armored woman. "Visitor, stop and report your name. What sect and country are you from?" a guard yelled. The green-armored woman was expressionless and continued walking ahead. It was as though nothing and nobody in this world could stop her from proceeding. Oh. The expressions of the guards changed as they withdrew their flying swords from their storage bags, prepared to fight. "Fellow Daoist, you've crossed the line." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The guards felt their vision blur as an old man in long robes suddenly appeared in front of them. Strange enough, after the old man appeared, the green-armored woman stopped in her tracks and a hint of cautiousness flashed through her eyes. The old man said calmly, "Go back. You want to stop me?" The green-armored woman spoke and narrowed her eyes, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura like a mighty god that could not be defied. Under the presence of that aura, everyone, be it mortals or cultivators, felt like they had to kneel on the ground and kowtow in reverence. Roar! The green-armored woman suddenly opened her mouth, letting out a shrieking roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks from the depths of her throat. Dragon's roar. Poof! 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 The people closest to the green-armored woman instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Clang! Clang! The flying swords in the hands of the guards fell to the ground as they clutched their heads with both hands. Looking pained, their ears were starting to seep with blood. "Bastard, how dare you behave so brazenly before me?" The old man bellowed, his voice was clear and loud, like a great bell. It contained a mighty power that instantly broke that earth-shattering dragon's roar. If not for the old man's shout, the hundreds of people outside the city would all have to die. Everyone snapped back to their senses as they panted heavily. They felt as if they had just barely escaped death and had a lingering fear. Unknowingly, a folding fan appeared in the hand of the old man. With a swift movement, the old man closed in on the green-armored woman and raised his folding fan, slamming it down on her head. Bang! The green-armored woman stamped on the ground, causing mud to flew as she sped backwards, avoiding the old man's folding fan. Remaining in midair, the green-armored woman's figure began to expand. Right in front of everyone, a ferocious and intimidating divine dragon soared into the skies. Floating above everyone, it coiled in the skies and possessed a destructive aura. That's a DD dragon? Heavens! Dragons really do exist. The many cultivators were terrified as they collapsed to the ground, speaking with trembling voices and pale faces. Even the guards of the capital felt powerless at the moment. Against the might of the divine dragon, they could not bring themselves to resist at all. The scales that seemed like steel had melted on them, those sharp claws and that indestructible body, every single part of the divine dragon's body exuded danger and power. The old man's expression remained the same as he soared into the sky. Even though he was facing off against a divine dragon, he radiated an aura that even surpassed it. On the surface, the old man's body was so small that it could not even compare to a single piece of the dragon's scale. However, he possessed an apocalyptic power that was gushing out furiously. "If you refuse to back down, don't blame me for being merciless and slaying you today." Staring coldly at the divine dragon opposite him, the old man warned. Roar! The divine dragon opened its gigantic mouth and spewed a stream of green dragon flame, incinerating the surrounding air instantly as it charged towards the old man. Chapter 250, Gloom. Chapter 250, Gloom. Humph. Faced with the incoming scorching dragon flame, the old man remained composed and snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, his folding fan opened up and released an incomparably golden glow. The old man's folding fan seemed to have transformed into a blazing sun, emitting golden rays that were bedazzling. In that instant, everyone watching the battle from the capital, be it cultivators or mortals, felt a sharp pain in their eyes. Their vision was drowned by the endless light and they lost their sight temporarily. Those outside the capital that were closest to the battlefield shrieked in pain and turned their heads subconsciously. Shutting their eyes tightly, tears streamed down their faces. Roar. The divine dragon seemed to recognize the folding fan in the old man's hands as it let out a deep growl while looking on with a hint of caution. Swash. The old man waved his folding fan and swiped forward. The green dragon flame that gushed in was like a piece of silk and parted in the middle against the folding fan, dissipating to both sides. Almost instantly, the old man arrived before the divine dragon. The divine dragon raised its head and straightened its body, extending a pair of gigantic claws that swiped at the old man ferociously. The old man was expressionless and he did not dodge nor avoid, he simply stretched out his arm and clenched his fist, punching towards the incoming heavenly encompassing dragon claws. Bang! With a deafening boom, many cultivators outside the capital could not take it and fainted on the spot. The entire capital trembled under the might of that boom. At the center of impact, cracks appeared in the void. Pitch black, they exuded a cold and sinister aura that was absolutely shocking. Even the void was shattered. The old man's seemingly tiny body remained motionless in midair. Instead, the divine dragon was forced back a little. After that punch, the old man's folding fan swept forward. A piercing sound could be heard as it slashed past the divine dragon's body like a metal against a mirror, causing one to wince. Flashes of blood appeared. A wisp of dragon's blood splattered and dyed the skies red. On the side of the dragon's body, a huge gaping hole appeared where the dragon's scales were shaved off, revealing the blood and flesh within. The divine dragon let out a miserable cry and soared into the air, swooping above the heavens. Holding the folding fan in one hand and his other hand placed behind his back, the old man looked at the divine dragon in the clouds calmly and did not chase after it. It turned around and glared at the old man filled with killing intent and indignance. However, it was clear that if it continued fighting with this old man, it could very well die here. Roar! The divine dragon howled into the sky and soared through the clouds, speeding into the distance before disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After the divine dragon fled, the old man closed his folding fan but did not leave immediately. His gaze lingered on a nearby void. Even though there was nothing there, the old man continued staring with a hint of warning in his eyes. A long time later, he retracted his gaze and heaved a sigh of relief. Waving his sleeves, he vanished. Within the capital, the many cultivators only realized what was going on a long time after the old man disappeared and a commotion broke out. Did you guys see that? That was an actual divine dragon. So, an ancient life form like that really does exist in the world. I've lived this life with no regrets being able to see it today. The aura of that divine dragon was truly way too terrifying. Even though we were so far away from it, I felt my heart palpitating like I could die at any moment. Many cultivators gathered excitedly and discussed. Those cultivators, be it Foundation Establishment cultivators or Golden Cores, may have never been able to see the appearance of a true dragon in their entire lives. In fact, for most of them, like Su Zimo, divine dragons were merely illusory legends that were thought up by people. How could there be such a terrifying life form in Tianhuang mainland? Now that everyone saw it with their own eyes, they truly understood that the divine dragon outside the capital was far stronger than they had imagined, far more frightening than the legends had described. Just who was it that blocked off such a terrifying existence? The divine dragon was already so powerful. What sort of cultivation realm did the cultivator who blocked off the divine dragon have? I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. Everyone shook their heads. All of them had witnessed the massive battle clearly. The sight of the divine dragon spiraling in midair was remembered by everyone. However, no one had a clear recollection of the person who fought against the divine dragon. A golden core said hesitantly, that person was shrouded by a layer of fog and couldn't be seen clearly at all. He looked like a middle-aged man. Where did that divine dragon come from? Why is it here? I'm not sure. I've got a feeling that something bad is about to happen in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. Even though Su Zimo was calm on the surface when he heard the discussions, his heart was thumping wildly. No one knew better than him about the origin of that divine dragon. That was the same dragon that he had seen in the primordial ruin. The purpose of its visit was self-evident. It was to kill them. Su Zimo long knew that the moment they ate the dragon egg, he would have an irreconcilable feud with this divine dragon and the entire dragon race. That was why he said that Night Spirit had caused big trouble. However, Su Zimo did not expect that the divine dragon would be able to find its way here despite them making use of the minor transference talisman to escape from the primordial ruin. If not for that mysterious expert today, he and Night Spirit would most likely be dead by now. How did it manage to find them here? The minor transference talisman made use of spatial teleportation. While a divine dragon's power might have been able to give it a rough gauge of the direction, how did it determine with such accuracy that he and Night Spirit were within the great Zhou's capital? This time round, the divine dragon was pushed back by a mysterious expert. However, it was impossible for mysterious experts to appear around Su Zimo all the time. Heaven knew where this person came from and what he looked like or his background. If the divine dragon were to come knocking the next time round, who was going to save him and Night Spirit? A layer of gloom enveloped Su Zimo's heart. At the very center of the capital stood a majestic and grand palace. It was extremely huge and was none other than the imperial palace. Outside the main hall stood a dense group of black-armored soldiers. Each of them was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and there were 10,000 of them, all kneeling on one knee in a neat formation with clear discipline. At the entrance of the main hall stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. His face was sharp as a knife and his eyes shone with a fiery light, emanating a stern sense of authority with his expression. The yellow-robed man's bronze skin added an iron, murderous look to his face. This man was the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. In charge of thousands of kilometers of territory, the man who ruled over all vassal states under his thumb. The yellow-robed man asked, "What do you think?" "Emperor, that person's methods are unparalleled. He should be one of the top existences in Tianhuang mainland, not someone from the great Zhou dynasty." A golden core behind the yellow-robed man said slowly. "Perfected Lord Mingzhe, did you manage to catch the appearance of that expert?" The yellow-robed man glanced sideways and asked, nodding. Being referred to as a perfected lord meant that this person was already in a nascent soul realm. "I didn't manage to catch it either." Perfected Lord Mingzhe shook his head. "Since he refuses to expose his identity, it's best for us to not investigate it further lest we provoke him and get ourselves killed." "Oh." The yellow-robed man nodded, gazing into the distance as he murmured, "The appearance of the dragon race. Does it mean that the world is truly about to descend into chaos?" Chapter 251, Decision. Chapter 251, Decision. In a quiet corner of the capital, the old man appeared. Lin Xuanji moved forward and raised his thumb in praise. "Old man, you've got some skills. In just a few moves, you've managed to chase a divine dragon away." The old man rolled his eyes. "There are strong and weak dragons out there. That dragon was from the azure dragon lineage of the dragon race. Even though it's an adult dragon, it has yet to reach its peak. Furthermore, it just gave birth to a dragon egg, damaging its essence chi greatly, resulting in a significant decrease in its strength. Then why didn't you kill that azure dragon just now?" Lin Xuanji rubbed his hands together. "Since we've already become enemies, why don't we kill it to eliminate all future troubles?" "That's easy for you to say, lad." The old man sneered, do you know the consequences of slaying that azure dragon? The great Zhou's capital turning into rivers of blood would be the least of them. If it's serious, the entire northern region would be strewn with enough corpses to form mountains. Don't scare me, old man. Lin Xuanji was startled. Scare you? Back then, that. The old man stopped mid-sentence and shook his head. Forget it, let's not mention that. Fuck. Lin Xuanji's ears were perked up to listen in focus when the old man decided to not continue. The old man waved it off. Furthermore, did you think that the azure dragon came alone? In the dark, there's another dragon that did not show itself. That dragon is the true expert. Lin Xuanji frowned and asked, Old man, I used a minor transference talisman. How did that azure dragon find me here? The three of you ate a dragon's egg, that's equivalent to eating an entire dragon. Even though that dragon hasn't been formed yet, how much energy do you think it possessed? The old man continued, the only way to avoid that azure dragon's detection is by absorbing that energy completely. That's easy for me. I only ate a little bit of that egg juice, so it'll probably take me a month to absorb it all. Lin Xuanji gloated. That Su Zimo and that dog are doomed. It's their own fault for eating so much, haha. Pondering for a moment, the old man said, Go and remind him that he should not leave the capital before he refines the essence energy of that dragon's egg in his body completely. Ah. Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment. Old man, are you planning on staying here still? Of course not. The old man shook his head. After you refine the essence energy of the dragon's egg, we'll return to the middle continent. In another 2 years, the ancient battlefield will be opened up. We've got to prepare for it. Tianhuang mainland consisted of 4 regions, 3 oceans, and 1 continent. The 4 regions referred to the north, south, east and west regions. The Great Zhou dynasty was located in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. The continent referred to the middle continent. Located at the center of Tianhuang mainland, it was extremely huge and its territory was larger than all 4 regions combined. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to travel on his flying sword at full speed, he would not be able to travel through the entire north region by the end of his lifetime, let alone enter the middle continent. Golden cores were faster and had a longer lifespan. However, no one would waste most of their precious time on the road just to get to the middle continent. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with dangers and demon beasts lurked through the mountains and rivers. They would probably die before even reaching the middle continent. It was only by reaching nascent soul realm that one would have the ability to protect themselves and could attempt to cross the 4 regions and continent. In the restaurant, Su Zimo ate his food as he listened to everyone's discussions. Suddenly, someone sat down opposite his table. When Su Zimo looked up, he was slightly stunned. Lin Xuanji. Both of them parted ways after escaping from the primordial ruin. He had not expected to encounter this person once more in the capital. Su Zimo poured a cup of wine for Lin Xuanji and smiled. It's probably fate that we're both able to meet again so soon. Lin Xuanji's lips cramped up at the mention of fate. It was because they were fated that he was almost done in because of Su Zimo and that dog. The dragon's egg was gone. His tracks were exposed and he was hunted down by a dragon. His minor transference talisman was gone. He was even slapped twice by the old man and the handprints had just faded. At the thought of those things, Lin Xuanji was furious. He said coldly, It's not fate. I came to find you. Oh. Su Zimo exclaimed softly, What can I do for you, fellow Taoist? Don't leave the great Zhou's capital before you're done refining the essence energy in your body. Lin Xuanji said, I'm sure you witnessed that battle outside the capital earlier on as well. The dragon came because it could sense the energy within your body. Su Zimo frowned, that was exactly what he was worried about. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo continued, I can't stay in the capital and refine all that essence energy as well. What if the dragon comes knocking again during this period of time? The only way is if that mysterious expert continues guarding this place and can step forward to stop the divine dragon. Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital. Lin Xuanji said, after today's battle, the dragon race must have some reservations. After all, they might not dare to come knocking once more after suffering a loss. However, if you were to leave the capital before refining the essence energy of the dragon's egg, they'll definitely sense it and hunt you down. By then, you'll be dead for sure. Su Zimo remained silent. His original plan was to return to Ethereal Peak as quickly as possible. He missed Little Fatty, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, Little Crane and everyone else dearly. However, upon hearing Lin Xuanji's analysis, Su Zimo realized that he had no other choice but to stay in the capital. Of course, staying in the capital was not entirely a bad thing either. First, it could ensure his safety. Second, he could save a lot of time on the road and use it to raise his cultivation as well as refine the essence energy of the dragon egg. Right now, what Su Zimo needed the most was time to cultivate. In the past year, he had reaped a lot of complex benefits. However, he did not have the time to settle down and convert them into his actual strength. Third, the sect competition would occur 2 years later. Every single major and minor sect of the great Zhou dynasty would arrive at the capital eventually, Ethereal Peak included. That way, Su Zimo could just meet everyone from Ethereal Peak in the capital and save the trouble of heading back and forth. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. For some reason, Su Zimo had a vague sense that there was something amiss with what Lin Xuanji said earlier on. Alright, that's all I have to say. Lin Xuanji rose to leave. Su Zimo looked at Lin Xuanji's cheeks and said with a fake smile, "Fellow Daoist, you seem to have gotten a little chubbier after half a day." Lin Xuanji's expression froze as he said with gritted teeth, "None of your business." With that, Lin Xuanji flicked his sleeves and left while murmuring, "Damned old man, you struck me so harshly." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and finally realized what was amiss with Lin Xuanji's words. Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital. That was what Lin Xuanji had just said. How did Lin Xuanji know that the mysterious expert was an old man? None of the cultivators in and out of the capital saw the appearance of the mysterious expert clearly. Was it a coincidence? Did he mention that on a whim? Or... Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he pondered. Chapter 252, Two Birds with One Stone. Chapter 252, Two Birds with One Stone. The streets of the capital were lively and bustling. The shocking battle outside the capital did little to affect the people inside. Instead, it made room for much gossip to take place. After leaving the restaurant, Su Zimo was sandwiched in the bustling crowd as he strolled aimlessly, contemplating about his future plans. Since he had decided to stay on in the capital, the first thing to do was to find a place he could settle down. He had to stay in this place for at least 2 to 3 years and he couldn't make do with just any place. It had to be quiet and comfortable enough to be conducive for his cultivation. After asking around, Su Zimo headed straight for the Sky Treasure Pavilion. To find a place he liked in the capital, the fastest way to go about it was to head to the Sky Treasure Pavilion's mission area. In the Sky Treasure Pavilion of Yen Country's capital, most people heading in and out were Qi refinement warriors. It was rare for even a foundation establishment cultivator to appear within a year. As for the Sky Treasure Pavilion in the Great Zhou Dynasty's capital, foundation establishment cultivators could be seen everywhere. In fact, there were even golden cores around. Even though Su Zimo was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he was inconspicuous in the crowd. Entering the main hall, Su Zimo walked to a counter where a beautiful maidservant headed up. Wearing a veil, her exquisite figure and curves were barely hidden from plain view. The beautiful maidservant let out a sweet smile and asked, "Fellow Daoist, what can I do for you?" Su Zimo asked, "I want to buy a residence in the city. Do you have any recommendations?" "Fellow Daoist, most of the best residences in the capital are located on either shores of Jishui River. When you're tired from cultivating, you can look right out the windows at the clear river to rejuvenate your mind. The beautiful maidservant took out a map and pointed to residences on both sides of the river while recommending with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and chose a residence by the shore. This one then. Do you have a sky treasure badge? The beautiful maidservant asked. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo shook his head. While he had a sky treasure gold badge in his storage bag, it was extraordinary. Each time he took it out, it would attract quite a bit of trouble. Now that he was in the capital, Su Zimo did not want to have anything to do with Ji Yaoshua lest he incurred the hostility of the Emperor of Great Zhou. The scene of Dai Su escorting Ji Yaoshua out of Pingyang town back then was still etched deeply in his mind. Su Zimo could sense the concrete killing intent Dai Su had towards him. The beautiful maidservant said with a smile, without a sky treasure badge, this residence's price is 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. Yes, 100,000. Su Zimo nodded and was just about to agree to it when his expression changed starkly. He looked at the beautiful maidservant in disbelief and asked in seriousness, 100,000 superior grade spirit stones? That's right, the smile on the beautiful maidservant's face did not fade. So expensive? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he could still afford it. However, 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. The 200,000-odd middle-grade spirit stones he had left in his storage bag was far from enough. The beautiful maidservant explained, the spirit qi in the capital is much thicker than outside the city, so it'll take you half the effort to cultivate. Pausing for a moment, the beautiful maidservant continued, furthermore, in the capital, other than some special areas, fighting is forbidden. If anyone dares make a move, they will be killed by the imperial army. Even golden cores are no exception to that rule. Therefore, you don't have to worry about safety while cultivating within the capital. Su Zimo remained silent. Even with the benefits, he could not afford it. How about changing a location? It'll be cheaper in a remote area. After a while, the beautiful maidservant noticed Su Zimo's dilemma and suggested. Forget it. Su Zimo waved it off and asked in a deep voice, I'll just take this residence. How much does it cost for me to rent for 3 years? The beautiful maidservant smiled. The rental for a year costs 3,000 superior grade spirit stones, that's 300,000 middle grade spirit stones. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Prior to this, he truly had not expected a residence in the capital to cost this much. I'll rent it for a year first. Su Zimo took out all the middle grade spirit stones in his storage bag. He sold off some of the spirit weapons and elixirs from the blood-robed youth's storage bag on the spot and barely managed to gather 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. After handing in the spirit stones, the Sky Treasure Pavilion's efficiency was extremely high as they quickly registered and sent someone to take Su Zimo to the residence. Su Zimo circled the residence, looking satisfied. Even though he no longer had any spirit stones and that was a problem for his future cultivation, he was not flustered. Su Zimo intended to open up a weapon workshop at this place which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he could earn spirit stones by refining weapons to fulfill his daily cultivation and expenditure needs. On the other hand, Su Zimo had already learned the weapon tempering technique. Along with the projection image left behind by Tao Lord Extreme Fire, he could make use of the weapon workshop to continuously train and improve on his skills. Not only was he a weapon refinement master, he was also a sword formation master. This meant that the deeper his proficiency in weapon refinement, the greater his combat strength would be. After all, if Su Zimo could create higher grades of flying swords, the power of his sword formations would naturally increase. Furthermore, he obtained a secret array skill from Tao Lord Extreme Fire known as Candlelight Sword Formation which he hadn't had the chance to try yet. With the remaining 2.5 years left, Su Zimo intended to raise his weapon refinement level and create a new set of high-grade flying swords. 2.5 years was also sufficient for him to refine the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. Su Zimo would be able to undergo a complete transformation and increase his strength tremendously before the sect competition. Taking Knight's spirit along with him, Su Zimo left the place for the time being and headed for the northwestern corner of the great Zhou dynasty. That was Yongxing City, a place where people of all sorts gathered. There were many elixir and weapon workshops as well, and Su Zimo decided to take a look around so as to find out more about the market. While Su Zimo believed that his weapon refinement technique was not inferior to others, if he did not understand the market along with the fact that his area was not in the downtown area, his weapon workshop may not be able to succeed. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at Yongxing City. Yongxing City was divided into many streets, some specialized in dealing with elixirs while others specialized in weapons. Su Zimo watched as he walked. The weapon workshops on both sides of the streets were connected one after another. Some were opened by individuals such as Lu Clan Weapon Workshop and Qin Chi Weapon Workshop. Majority were weapon workshops that had logos of sects on them such as Flying Swallow Weapon Workshop, Scarlet Rainbow Weapon Workshop, Golden Tide Weapon Workshop and True Fire Weapon Workshop. True Fire Weapon Workshop was opened by one of the 5 major sects, True Fire Sect. At the same time, it had the best business and largest workshop in Yongxing City. Other weapon workshops could merely have a couple of people waiting in front of them, but True Fire Weapon Workshop had long queues in front of it. As one of the 5 major sects to begin with, True Fire Sect had the highest achievements in terms of elixir and weapon refinement in the Great Zhou dynasty. For each sect competition, True Fire Sect would occupy at least half of the top 10 spots on the ranking lists for elixir and weapon. It was only logical why the business of True Fire Weapon Workshop was booming in the capital. Su Zimo walked over as well and joined the queue with others. Chapter 253, Pity. Chapter 253, Pity. Ordinary flying swords could be purchased in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, if one wanted a flying sword that was the most suited for themselves where the measurements, weight and materials used were according to their specifications, they would have to come to custom weapon workshops. It was even more so for defensive spirit weapons such as vests and inner armors. Everyone had different figures, so they naturally had to customize their cuttings. Su Zimo spent his time queuing to observe many things. Typically, middle-grade spirit weapons would require 3,000 to 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones to customize. Furthermore, the clients would have to provide at least 3 sets of materials. Superior-grade spirit weapons would require 3,000 to 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 sets of materials. After a long time, it was finally Su Zimo's turn. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Fellow Daoist, I can understand why I need to provide my own materials to order a customized spirit weapon. However, why do I need 3 sets or even 10 sets for superior-grade spirit weapons?" When he heard that, a disciple of True Fire Sect scoffed, "Are you acting stupid with me? Which weapon refinement master would dare guarantee that he would be able to produce a graded spirit weapon with 100% certainty? Do you think that spirit gathering works with a 100% success rate? The higher the grade of the spirit weapon, the lower the chances of success for the spirit gathering. As such, there's naturally a need for more sets of materials. Even then, we're still taking on a risk." Everyone from True Fire Sect in the weapon workshop looked at Su Zimo with obvious sarcasm. This guy wants to custom order spirit weapons without knowing anything at all? I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. He's truly ignorant. I reckon that this lad's poor and useless. He's probably here to join the crowd. When he heard those comments, Su Zimo chuckled without refuting and continued asking, "What's the price of customizing a supreme-grade spirit weapon?" Haha. A series of laughter broke out both inside and outside True Fire Weapon Workshop. "I told you, this guy's here to join the crowd. He's even acting like he knows everything. Customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons. To think he could say something like that. I'm dying of laughter here." Someone lamented, "Truly ignorant." Su Zimo looked at the snickering disciples of True Fire Sect with a faint smile on his lips. A cultivator standing behind Su Zimo could not bear to see how things were and explained softly, "Fellow Daoist, supreme-grade spirit weapons can't be customized. Even if someone prepares 100 sets of materials, no weapon refinement master would dare take on the job. Refinement of a supreme-grade spirit weapon requires fate and luck, and the chances of failure are way too high." "I see," Su Zimo nodded. That person continued, "If a weapon refinement master can refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon in his lifetime, that's enough for him to make a name for himself. Furthermore, the prices of supreme-grade spirit weapons are not fixed. In the auction house, the cheapest ones are sold at 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones at least. If there's competition for it, the price can even go up to millions. Superior-grade spirit weapons with 3 spirit patterns could be sold for 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones at most. However, supreme-grade spirit weapons that merely had an additional spirit pattern could be sold for 100 times more. The gap between them was obvious. "Stop wasting time here, get lost." The shopkeeper of the True Fire Weapon Workshop walked over and waved off Su Zimo, not hiding the disgust in his eyes. Su Zimo was not angered as well, merely smiling. "Shopkeeper, I think you will regret this one day." With that said, Su Zimo turned to leave. After checking out the market price, Su Zimo already made his plans. Furthermore, Su Zimo was confident that his weapon workshop would definitely become the biggest one in the capital, crushing even True Fire Weapon Workshop under his foot. Su Zimo had not walked far when he felt his heart stir as he looked to a corner not far away. There was a girl around 15 years old curled up and sitting on the ground. Dirty all over with tattered clothes, her yellowed hair was disheveled and her face was covered in dirt, only her eyes were clear and bright. A cold gust of wind blew and the little girl shirked her neck, pursing her lips and breaking out into shivers. For some reason, Su Zimo was reminded of Xiaoning when he saw that girl. Back when Xiaoning left, she was around the age of that girl. Su Zimo sighed to himself and bought a few buns nearby. Wrapping them in oil paper, he handed them to the girl and said gently, "Have some food." A trace of fear flashed across the little girl's eyes as she hesitated and did not take the oil paper. Su Zimo did not insist further and placed the oil paper beside the little girl. He took a set of green robes out from his storage bag and draped it gently around the little girl before standing up. This action caused the little girl to be less wary of Su Zimo. She extended her dirty hands and tried to pick up a bun. Su Zimo was about to leave and Night Spirit suddenly moved, popping its black little head out of his robes to look at the girl. Before Su Zimo could say anything, Night Spirit leaped out and ran to the little girl, sniffing something on her body. "Ah!" The little girl was startled and dropped the bun she had just picked up. Frowning, Su Zimo pulled Night Spirit back hurriedly and stuffed it into his robes. Unlike normally, Night Spirit did not hide and instead looked at the little girl constantly with its head popped out. Su Zimo whispered apologetically, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you." The little girl did not say anything, merely watching Su Zimo warily with widened eyes. Chuckling bitterly, Su Zimo shook his head and turned to leave. The two of them did not know each other and merely met by chance. It was already benevolent and kind enough of Su Zimo to give her a meal and a set of clothes on account of his feelings for Xiaoning. He continued walking towards his residence. Before he walked far, Su Zimo felt his heart stir and glanced slightly sideways. From the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of the little girl draped in his green robes wolfing down the buns. She was following behind him, maintaining a fixed distance. Smiling, Su Zimo was not bothered by it. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Yongxing City. On one side of Yongxing City's entrance gate, a large group of people gathered. Despite their numbers, they were extremely quiet and the only sound came from the middle of the crowd. And it was said that the massive battle continued for 2 days and nights and finally, the divine dragon was slain by that man. That battle was so intense that the skies went dark and the earth shattered. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as fresh blood flowed in an extremely tragic manner. In the middle of the crowd, a Confucian-looking old man with long robes was telling a story. This was a storyteller, someone that traveled among common folk and specialized in fictional stories of the supernatural. Su Zimo had heard many of them. However, for some reason, when he heard those words of the old man, an image of the terrible sea of bones in the perimeter of the primordial ruin flashed in front of Su Zimo's eyes uncontrollably. Su Zimo shrugged his head and did not think too much about it, merely lamenting internally, a divine dragon has just appeared and someone's already making up tales of divine dragons as though it's real. Right then, someone raised his voice and said, "Storyteller, you've already told us this part in the afternoon." "I did, but some people didn't get to hear it," the old man chuckled. Su Zimo paused and turned around slowly, looking at the old man in the crowd. Did that old man say that on a whim, or was he implying something? Chapter 254, Extremely Strong. Chapter 254, Extremely Strong. The crowd dispersed gradually as the old man slowly closed his folding fan and hid the wooden block in his sleeves. As everyone intersected, Su Zimo blinked and the old man disappeared by the time he looked back. He frowned and pondered for a while before heading back to his residence. Right after Su Zimo left Yongqing City, the storyteller popped out of nowhere and wobbled towards a deserted corner. Lin Xuanji stood there, bored. When he saw the old man approaching, Lin Xuanji hurried forth and whispered expectantly, "How was it, old man? Did you manage to see anything?" "No. The fate of that lad has been changed and the trajectory is completely messed up." The old man shook his head. Lin Xuanji asked again, "What about that black dog? Can you tell what race it is?" "That shouldn't be a dog," the old man frowned. "No shit. I know it isn't a dog too." Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Old man, even with your experience, you can't tell its origins?" The old man narrowed his eyes in deep thought before shaking his head. "I can't think of anything, but that black dog is truly not simple. I can sense a unique and pure aura emanating from it." "What kind of aura?" "The aura of slaughter." The old man said, "Although you lost the chance to nurture a divine dragon this time round, if you manage to get your hands on that black dog, you will probably not do too badly in the future." Lin Xuanji rubbed his chin, his eyes darting around as he made up his mind. The old man seemed to have thought of something. Frowning in thought, he murmured, "That girl." Along the way, Su Zimo could sense the little girl following him. After a long time, when he arrived at his rented residence, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back. The little girl was caught off guard as a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Su Zimo strode towards the little girl. She seemed a little fearful and wanted to retreat, but held strong. "Why are you following me?" Su Zimo approached and asked softly. "It's the first time someone gave me clothes to wear," the little girl blinked her big, bright eyes and said timidly. Su Zimo's heart softened. "You have no place to go?" The little girl nodded. "All right. From today onwards, you can stay here." Pointing to the residence behind him, Su Zimo smiled and said, "However, I've only rented it for a year, so I can only guarantee a year of accommodation for you." "Thank you." A smile finally appeared on the little girl's face. Su Zimo led the little girl inside and asked casually, "I'm Su Zimo. What's your name?" "Nian Qi." Less guarded towards Su Zimo, the little girl's voice sounded livelier as well. The house was located in the south and faced the north with its back towards Jishui River. Quite large, it had many rooms. Nian Qi chose a random one to stay in. Su Zimo left the house to buy some clothes for Nian Qi before bringing some food and placing it in front of her room. After that was done, he came to the courtyard and took out a wooden block from his storage bag. Since he wanted to open a weapon workshop, he had to give it a name. Looking at Night Spirit patrolling the courtyard, Su Zimo smiled and muttered to himself, "Most Spirit Weapon Workshop then." Using his finger like a sword, he inscribed the 4 words on the wooden block. Right then, with a creak, the door to the room behind him opened. Turning back, Su Zimo saw a fair-skinned young girl standing at the entrance. Slim and elegant, her features were exquisite and her eyes were clear as water. Although she was still young, she was already extremely pretty. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. After washing the dirt away from her face, Nian Qi seemed to have changed into another person. However, for some reason, her hair was still yellowed and curled up like withered grass and tree branches. There was no luster and it seemed out of place against her smooth skin. Su Zimo did not think too much about it, merely assuming that it was because Nian Qi's body was weak after suffering for years outside. It should return to normal after she recuperated for a year or so. "Sir, what are you doing?" Nian Qi walked over and looked at the wooden block in Su Zimo's hand, asking softly, "Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Are you planning on opening a weapon workshop here, sir?" "That's right," Su Zimo nodded. Nian Qi moved her lips, as if wanting to say something. "Speak your mind," Su Zimo chuckled. "Even though I don't know how to forge weapons, I've been wandering around the city all these years. The place you're at now is suitable for living, but it's not suitable for opening a weapon workshop. Nobody is going to come here at all. Cultivators familiar with the capital would definitely head to Yongxing City for spirit weapon customization. After all the weapon workshops of the capital were located there. As for cultivators who were not familiar with the capital, they would also head to Yongxing City if they asked around. From Nian Qi's point of view, Su Zimo would have no customers at all if he were to open a weapon workshop here. Unworried, Su Zimo smiled and said, "My weapon workshop is different from the rest, don't worry." Nian Qi nodded, not fully understanding. Su Zimo pointed to a chair nearby. "Take a seat and hold this stone. Let me have a look." On the table was a stone the size of a baby's fist. It was a spirit testing stone that Su Zimo had just purchased. Nian Qi reached out and held the spirit testing stone. After a moment, the spirit testing stone remained unchanged. Su Zimo sighed internally. He had initially held hope that Nian Qi might have a spirit root and could enter cultivation. However, he knew that the possibility of that was low. There were many golden cores and even nascent souls in the capital. If Nian Qi had a spirit root, they would have long taken her away under their wings. Now that there were no changes to the spirit testing stone, Su Zimo knew that Nian Qi was just like him, an ordinary person without a spirit root. Seemingly realized something, Nian Qi said hurriedly, "Sir, even though I don't have a spirit root, I am extremely strong and I can help you do many things. Please don't chase me away." "It's all right." Su Zimo shook his head and changed the topic, afraid that Nian Qi might overthink things. "You said that you are extremely strong? How strong?" "Super, duper, strong." Nian Qi blinked her eyes and said, "I didn't dare show it earlier because I was afraid others might lock me up like they do to monsters." Su Zimo could not help but laugh. To him, Nian Qi was just trying to boast so that she would not be chased away. How strong could a little girl with such a slender body be? Su Zimo's heart stirred and he wanted to tease Nian Qi. As such, he took out the mystic gold silk armor from his storage bag and placed it on the table gently. "This is a silk armor. Can you pick it up?" "Of course." Nian Qi nodded confidently and tugged on the edge of the mystic gold silk armor with one hand, lifting it up. It did not budge an inch at all. Nian Qi was stunned. Su Zimo chuckled internally but remained expressionless on the surface. Standing up, Nian Qi frowned and looked at the mystic gold silk armor in disbelief before using her other hand as well. Sensing that Nian Qi was going to continue trying, Su Zimo waved it off, afraid that the joke would go too far. "It's all right. This mystic gold silk armor actually weighs." Su Zimo's voice stopped abruptly as he jolted from his seat and watched with widened eyes in disbelief. Nian Qi's arms trembled and her cheeks were slightly flushed, clearly at the limits of her strength. However, the mystic gold silk armor was truly lifted from the table. Chapter 255, Abnormal. Chapter 255, Abnormal. While Su Zimo took out the mystic gold silk armor with a single hand in a relaxed manner such that it seemed light, that inner vest weighed a full 5 tons. Back then, Su Zimo could only lift the mystic gold silk armor after he was at lesser mastery of the marrow cleansing section. But now, a little girl around 15 years old was able to do it? The way Su Zimo looked at Nian Qi changed gradually. This was no longer mere strength. Based on the way Nian Qi exerted her strength, if she were to learn some fighting techniques, she could even kill early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo's first thought was that Nian Qi must have cultivated some sort of powerful body tempering technique. But right after, he denied that guess. All the body tempering techniques of the human race were built on the foundation of one possessing a spirit root and cultivating spirit qi. However, there was no trace of spirit qi in Nian Qi's body at all. Strange. Could there truly be people born with such godly strength? Su Zimo was puzzled. After some thought, Su Zimo took out a thin book from his storage bag and passed it over to Nian Qi. This is a qi condensation manual. Try to cultivate with it. If you have anything you're unsure of, feel free to ask me at any time. Even though Nian Qi did not have a spirit root, Su Zimo wanted her to give it a shot still. Nian Qi nodded. Rising, Su Zimo hung the wooden board with the words, Most Spirit Weapon Workshop, above the beam of his entrance. Sir, if you need anything, just instruct me. Nian Qi was very sensible and did not want to stay for free like a leech, she wanted to contribute as well. Noticing Nian Qi's intentions, Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Greet any customers that come and let me know about their demands. What about the price? Nian Qi asked. For now, we're only taking orders for customized spirit weapons. The price is 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 1 set of materials. Ah. Nian Qi's eyes widened. After staying in the capital for so long, she was very familiar with Yongqing City. The price that Su Zimo set was the lowest for middle-grade spirit weapons. Most importantly, he only required 1 set of materials. Normally, one would have to prepare 3 sets of materials for middle-grade spirit weapons, some weapon workshops even asked for 4. Just as the disciples of True Fire sect mentioned, no Qi refinement warrior could guarantee a 100% success rate of spirit gathering. That was why True Fire Weapon Workshop required 3 sets of materials from the customers themselves just in case. For superior grade spirit weapons, the failure rate was even higher, so customers would have to prepare 10 sets. However, Su Zimo did not have to worry about those things. That was because the most difficult step of weapon refinement, spirit gathering, was nothing to him at all. With his spirit perception, Su Zimo could achieve a 100% success rate in spirit gathering. Right now, the only obstacle Su Zimo had was in terms of weapon tempering. How to purge away more impurities such that the spirit weapons could be sturdier and withstand more spirit patterns, that was what Su Zimo needed to practice. Sir, even though I don't know about weapon refinement, I've heard that it's impossible to achieve a 100% success rate. If you only collect 1 set of materials and you fail, we'll have to purchase the materials on our own thereafter. That's a waste of time and effort and a loss for us. Nian Qi persuaded Su Zimo warily. It's fine, just do as I say, Su Zimo smiled. In the following month, everything about Su Zimo began to get on track. From morning till noon, Su Zimo cultivated Ethereal Foundation establishment to raise his cultivation realm. After that battle at Dongling Valley and a long journey to escape, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had started to shift, and within half a year, he would be able to reach late-stage Foundation establishment. In the afternoon, his entire focus was on weapon refinement. Recalling the projection image of Tao Lord Extreme Fire, he would look through the ancient tempering manual while refining weapons to try and apply his learning. Su Zimo was already able to refine inferior-grade spirit weapons to begin with. After a month, he made swift breakthroughs at the step of tempering, and he was able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons. However, he still required more practice to remove further impurities if he wanted to forge superior-grade spirit weapons with 3 spirit patterns. That was completely based on hard work and repeated practice. There were no shortcuts available. At night, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, trying his best to absorb the essence energy of the dragon egg into his body completely. It was the same for Night Spirit. Even though it seemed like it was lying on Su Zimo's feet motionlessly, it was actually trying its best to absorb the essence energy of the dragon egg. Night Spirit's body was growing rapidly at a pace clearly faster than before. A month later, Su Zimo could no longer contain it in his embrace. The surface of Night Spirit's body became rougher and black, tough protective armor began to grow on its body like the scales of the divine dragon. An extremely sharp spike grew out of the tip of Night Spirit's tail that was not weaker than its claws. Night Spirit seemed to turn even more extraordinary, emitting a ferocious glint in its eyes from time to time such that even Su Zimo would feel a chill from it. During this period of time, Nian Qi was the one who experienced the greatest changes. After cultivating the Qi condensation manual, she could truly sense spirit Qi. In less than 2 hours, Nian Qi was already at level 1 Qi condensation. That speed was even comparable to Su Zimo in the past. Innate godly strength and the ability to sense spirit Qi without a spirit root, everything about Nian Qi was mysterious and inexplicable. For the month since the weapon workshop opened, no cultivators visited at all and Nian Qi was extremely worried. However, Su Zimo was nonchalant about it, continuing with his weapon refinement, immortality, and demonic cultivation on a daily basis. This day, there was a knock on the entrance of the residence for the first time. Su Zimo opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. While he appeared calm on the surface for the past month, he was a little anxious internally. There weren't many spirit stones left in his storage bag. If there were still no customers, he would not be able to sustain his expenditure of spirit stones for his daily cultivation. Nian Qi had already dashed out excitedly. Opening the door, she smiled. "Welcome to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Fellow Daoist, please enter." To begin with, Nian Qi was already extremely beautiful. Now that she was smiling sweetly, it was even more captivating. The person at the door was dumbfounded for a moment. Blinking her eyes, Nian Qi probed, "Fellow Daoist, are you here to customize a spirit weapon?" "Ah." The person at the door regained his senses gradually. He lowered his head and frowned, opening his palm to divine while muttering, "Could I have gone to the wrong place? Why is it a girl?" Right then, Su Zimo came out of his room. When he saw the person at the entrance, he could not help but feel disappointed. The visitor was dressed in gray robes and was slightly rotund. With a pale, beardless fan and a folding fan in his hands, the visitor was not a customer for customizing spirit weapons, it was Lin Xuanji. "Nian Qi, come on back," Su Zimo said. Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up as he strode into the house while greeting warmly, "Brother Zimo, it's been a long time." Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. Prior to this, Lin Xuanji wanted to tear him apart. Since when did he become so friendly? There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. Chapter 256, Bitten to Death. Chapter 256, Bitten to Death. After Lin Xuanji entered the courtyard, a black shadow flashed behind him. A menacing-looking demon beast stood at the entrance of the residence. With bloodshot eyes, its entire body was covered in long, black fur and its limbs were strong. Tall and mighty, it exuded a savage and ferocious aura. A Foundation Establishment spirit demon, an ancient remnant beast, Bane's spirit hound. The Bane spirit hound was extremely vicious and anyone targeted by it would mostly be hunted to a life and death situation. Even in the ancient era, there were few demon beasts and cultivators who were willing to provoke it. The sudden sight of such a demon beast had Nian Qi exclaiming as she stumbled back instinctively. "Roar!" Her reaction attracted the attention of the Bane spirit hound. It stuck its head out and glared at Nian Qi with its bloodshot eyes, opening its mouth slightly as it snarled deeply. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Night Spirit, who was initially lying by Su Zimo's feet, opened its eyes and took a cold glance at the Bane Spirit Hound before closing its eyes to rest. Lin Xuanji turned his head and hollered. The Bane Spirit Hound calmed down gradually. With a light cough, Lin Xuanji said, "This is a spirit demon I just found." "Not bad, huh?" Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. "This girl is not bad either. Your name is Nian Qi, right?" Lin Xuanji pointed at Nian Qi, who was behind Su Zimo, and continued. Su Zimo remained silent, looking at Lin Xuanji with a faint smile. Lin Xuanji clearly wanted something but was beating around the bush. A while later, Lin Xuanji finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed his intentions, looking at Night Spirit and saying under a pretense of surprise, "My Night Spirit has grown so much. I almost couldn't recognize it." Su Zimo smiled. "Brother Lin, if you have anything, you can get right to the point. It's nothing much as well. Look at how much Night Spirit has grown. I'm just here to find a playmate for him." Lin Xuanji beckoned to the Bane Spirit Hound behind him. "See, my spirit demon has quite an extraordinary demeanor. It's a female as well, what a good fit for Night Spirit." When Nian Qi heard that, she blushed and spat softly. Su Zimo finally understood what Lin Xuanji was up to. He was trying to get Night Spirit by making use of lust this time round. Lin Xuanji brought the Bane Spirit Hound in front of him and pointed in Night Spirit's direction. "Go, get along with it." When Su Zimo saw this, he did not stop them. Night Spirit's body was much smaller than the Bane Spirit Hound. The Bane Spirit Hound walked before Night Spirit and looked down, surveying Night Spirit from above. It let out a deep growl, warning Night Spirit to not behave rashly. Following that, the Bane Spirit Hound lowered its head and sniffed Night Spirit's body. Right then, Night Spirit suddenly opened its eyes. A cold light flashed. Night Spirit stuck out a pair of sharp claws and dug it into the Bane Spirit Hound's body. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit the Bane Spirit Hound on the throat with lightning speed. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Bane Spirit Hound's throat was snapped by Night Spirit's bite as fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the ground red. The entire process happened too quickly. It wasn't just the Bane Spirit Hound, even Su Zimo and Lin Xuanji could not react in time. The Bane Spirit Hound's body twitched but it was powerless to react. Its eyes dimmed as its life drained away rapidly, it clearly had no chance of surviving. This was a flawless hunt. Night Spirit's attack did not contain any extra movements. Clean and precise, even the timing to strike was immaculate to the dot. That was an ancient remnant beast. However, it was bitten to death just like that. Who could believe it unless they witnessed it personally? Fuck. Lin Xuanji jumped up. In order to get his hands on Night Spirit, Lin Xuanji racked his brains and spent a lot of effort to get his hands on that Bane Spirit Hound. Who would have thought that it would be bitten to death by Night Spirit the moment it entered? At that moment, Lin Xuanji even had suicidal thoughts. "You evil dog. I. Lin Xuanji was so angry that he was shivering from head to toe, waving that folding fan as he pointed at Night Spirit's nose and was about to curse. Night Spirit raised its head and bit Lin Xuanji's folding fan once more, pulling it towards the back. Caught off guard, the folding fan nearly slipped out of Lin Xuanji's hand. "Hey! Why you evil dog? Let go!" Lin Xuanji was extremely furious. Of all things, Night Spirit was always biting that folding fan, trying to tug it away. Lin Xuanji could lose everything except that folding fan. Right then, a voice sounded from the entrance of the residence. "Excuse me, can we order customized middle-grade spirit weapons here?" A Foundation establishment cultivator stood at the entrance, peeking in with his head and asking with a trace of doubt. "Of course." Nian Qi reacted instantly and hurried forward. She smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, please enter." Su Zimo patted Night Spirit. It released its grip and turned to leave, no longer bothered with Lin Xuanji. Sprawling on the ground nearby, it closed its eyes lazily and cultivated. Lin Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. I couldn't tell it all, but you even know how to refine weapons? Lin Xuanji glanced askance at Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled without replying. Nian Qi asked, how do we address you, fellow Daoist? Tan Fei. What sort of a middle-grade spirit weapon are you looking to order? Nian Qi asked again. Tan Fei looked a little uneasy and replied, I don't have much materials and I only have 2 sets. I wonder if... It's fine, we just need 1 set, Nian Qi said with a smile. Huh? Both Tan Fei and Lin Xuanji were stunned with agape mouths, unable to react for a moment. A single set of materials? Tan Fei looked at Nian Qi and asked once more, seemingly in disbelief. Nian Qi hesitated as well, glancing over at Su Zimo. When she saw Su Zimo nodding, she nodded her head with confidence. That's right, we only require 1 set of materials. Hey, do you really know how to refine weapons? Lin Xuanji leaned in and asked in a low voice. Su Zimo chuckled. Somewhat your ass. Lin Xuanji pursed his lips. From the ancient times till now, I've never heard of any weapon refinement master who would dare to customize spirit weapons for others with just 1 set of materials. Su Zimo replied, you'll see it soon. Lin Xuanji. Tan Fei asked cautiously, what about the price? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. It isn't, it's just 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Nian Qi stated the price as Su Zimo had originally set. Just 3,000? No variations? Tan Fei could not believe it. Coughing gently, he continued, I better state my specifications first. I want to customize a saber without a handle. The blade should be 2 feet long with a width 2 fingers wide. It should weigh around 100 kilograms. After saying a lot, Tan Fei took a deep breath and asked embarrassedly, does that still cost 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones only? To be fair, he had already gone to all the weapon workshops in the capital before coming here. When they heard that he only had 2 sets of materials prepared, none of the weapon workshops were prepared to take his business. Furthermore, according to his specifications, that middle-grade spirit weapon should cost at least 4,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If not for that, Tan Fei would not have found this place otherwise. Just 3,000. Nian Qi was certain this time round, but Tan Fei was the one who was hesitant. With just a single set of materials and at such a low price, he could not feel at ease for a deal that seemed so good. Lin Xuanji grinned as he watched the fun, waiting for Su Zimo to make a fool of himself. Chapter 257, Gaining Reputation. Chapter 257, Gaining Reputation. Tan Fei was undecided for a long time. I know that you have your concerns. Right then, Su Zimo spoke, how about this? Give me your materials first. If I manage to refine the spirit weapon successfully, you can pay me the 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If I fail, tell me how much spirit stones your materials cost and I'll compensate you. When he heard that, Tan Fei's eyes lit up. He asked hurriedly, how many days do I have to wait? Su Zimo replied calmly, there's no need. Just wait here. That middle-grade spirit weapon will be ready soon. Tan Fei was stunned. Lin Xuanji was stunned as well. How much confidence did Su Zimo have to say something like that? All right then. The materials required for the spirit weapon are all in this storage bag. Tan Fei decided to give this place a shot. Su Zimo took over the storage bag and looked inside. Instantly, he knew what needed to be done. He did not return to his room and instead moved out his weapon tripod. He was going to refine that middle-grade spirit weapon in front of the 3 of them right in that courtyard. For this first deal of business, he had to resort to extreme methods to deal with the situation so that he could attract more cultivators to patronize. Swoosh! A level 3 spirit fire floated in his palm as he began to warm the weapon tripod. When he saw the scarlet color of the level 3 spirit fire, Tan Fei's confidence grew. Warming, smelting, forging. Even though the three of them were not weapon refinement masters, they could tell that Su Zimo's technique was not rusty at all, as though he had practiced countless times. When they saw Su Zimo refining the weapon, they could not help but feel a sense of amazement. He's got some skills, Lin Xuanji mumbled. Nian Qi clenched her fist subconsciously. She was even more nervous than Su Zimo was. Fourth step, tempering. A series of clanging sounds came from the weapon tripod, crisp and clean. Su Zimo did not follow the technique of the ancient tempering manual entirely. Instead, he combined it with the projection image left by Tao Lord Extreme Fire and formulated a 1,000 tempered finger technique unique to him. Su Zimo was still in the midst of exploring and mastering this 1,000 tempered finger technique. While the current state of purging impurities was still not ideal, it was much better than before, and he could create a weapon that could withstand 2 spirit patterns. Before long, smelting was over. Fifth step, spirit gathering. Even though Lin Xuanji and the other two did not know how to refine weapons, they knew that spirit gathering was the most critical step. Whether a middle-grade spirit weapon could be forged depended on whether 2 spirit patterns could be condensed. The three of them watched intently with bated breaths. But the next moment, Su Zimo did something that gave them a fright. Suddenly, Su Zimo put away the weapon tripod and began to condense spirit patterns without the protection of a weapon tripod. Fuck! Lin Xuanji was the first to react as he retreated violently. In truth, given his cultivation realm, even if the spirit gathering failed and the weapon exploded, it wouldn't harm him. However, it would be embarrassing to be left in a sorry state covered in dirt. Tan Fei was stunned for a moment and fled right after as well. He ran to the front door before turning back and watched the situation from afar as he hid behind the door. Nian Qi's feet moved a little. She wanted to escape as well, but she was embarrassed that Su Zimo might look bad. As such, she had no choice but to stay where she was. Whoosh! Right then, a bright light shone in front of Su Zimo. A spirit pattern formed on the blade of the weapon. The first spirit pattern was condensed successfully. Lin Xuanji stared with widened eyes and his jaws were almost dropping to the ground. He thought to himself, that works. Time passed slowly, as if it was trawling. Su Zimo was attempting to condense the second spirit pattern the entire time. Sometimes, he would stop all of a sudden before repeating the condensation process. Even though the second spirit pattern had yet to be condensed, the situation that the three of them were worried about did not happen either. All of a sudden, just as the three of them were letting their imaginations run wild, another flash of light appeared in the courtyard. The second spirit pattern was condensed. Tan Fei was overjoyed and leaped over. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Su Zimo soaked the saber in cold water to quench it into shape. Accepting the saber with both hands, Tan Fei loved it more the more he looked at it. It was exactly as he had specified. With a dark blade that was streamlined, it was sharp and could slice metal like mud. Fellow Daoist, this is the payment. Please accept it. Tan Fei took out a storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Opening it, Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones is fine. You've given me too much. It's only right. Tan Fei replied hurriedly, you've only taken a single set of materials to create this middle-grade spirit weapon. Indirectly, that saved me quite a bit of spirit stones for the materials. This is what you deserve. Su Zimo did not decline further and accepted it. Patting his chest, Tan Fei declared, fellow Daoist, don't worry. Someone with your skills shouldn't be buried. I'll definitely help to promote you upon returning. Su Zimo smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you for that. Tan Fei left in high spirits, mumbling before he left, godly skills. What godly skills? Lin Xuanji remarked with lingering fear, no matter what, you're the first person who dares to remove the weapon tripod while attempting spirit gathering. What an eye-opener. Su Zimo turned to Nian Qi. Let's set another rule for the weapon workshop. All weapon refinements are to be done in the afternoon. Anyone who comes at any other time will not be entertained. I don't think that's very suitable. Nian Qi hesitated. After all, most cultivators will be visiting for the first time. They won't know of such rules. It's fine, they'll know after a few times. Su Zimo smiled and continued, we're going to have many more rules in the future. In truth, be it in terms of price or materials required, Su Zimo's weapon workshop was far superior than any other out there. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. However, the opportunity had arrived, Tan Fei. Su Zimo believed that it wouldn't be long before word of Mo's spirit weapon workshop spread to every corner of the capital. Many cultivators will know about them and their reputation would skyrocket. In the capital, there were people refining weapons daily. In the weapon refinement scene of the capital, things were stagnant as well. Su Zimo's performance today was like a stone tossed into a lake, causing a series of ripples to spread out on the calm surface waters of the capital. Have you heard? There's a new weapon workshop beside Jishui River that has many strange rules. Mo's spirit weapon workshop? Yeah, I heard of it. It's said that the weapon refinement master is called Mo Ling has a weird temperament and he only forges weapons in the afternoon. Furthermore, you can get your hands on your weapon the same day you order it. Most importantly, Mo's spirit weapon workshop only requires a single set of materials and it only costs 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That's truly a weapon workshop of conscience. I plan on checking it out tomorrow. Why don't we go together? Count me in. It was as if Mo's spirit weapon workshop had popped up overnight and its influence was spreading rapidly, turning into a hot topic of discussion between cultivators. Chapter 258, Too Willful. Chapter 258, Too Willful. News of Mo's spirit weapon workshop spread quickly and arrived in Yongxing City before long, creating quite a stir. No cultivator wouldn't be tempted at the low price and single set of materials required. Initially, there were still cultivators who did not believe in it and were used to customizing their spirit weapons in Yongxing City. However, as time passed, the reputation of Mo's spirit weapon workshop grew and so did its influence. Some cultivators would rather queue and wait at Mo's spirit weapon workshop rather than spend additional materials and money at Yongxing City. What? A single set of materials? And at such a low price? Humph. Isn't he afraid of losing money? What sect is this Mo Ling guy from? How old is he? All the cultivators in the capital thought that the weapon refinement master of Mo's spirit weapon workshop's name was Mo Ling. I'm not sure. I heard that the cultivator receiving everyone is a little girl around 15 years old. I haven't heard of anyone who has seen how Mo Ling looks like. Yes, there are different rumors about Mo Ling's appearance and age. Some say that he's a weak scholar, some say that he has the demeanor of a sage and there are even those that say he's a venerable old man. I don't think any of them are accurate. However, they say that the little girl's extremely pretty and there's also a fierce black dog in the residence. The various weapon workshops were discussing it as well. Back hall of True Fire Weapon Workshop. An old man in red robes sat on a chair, listening to the shopkeeper explain the situation about Mo's spirit weapon workshop as he sipped tea with a calm expression. Elder Zhang, because of that Mo Ling, the number of orders for customized middle-grade spirit weapons from our weapon workshop has clearly decreased. What do you think? Guiyong asked in a testing manner. Even though Guiyong was the shopkeeper of True Fire Weapon Workshop, he was only a foundation establishment cultivator who was proficient in the way of the merchants. Elder Zhang was the true pillar of support for True Fire Weapon Workshop. He was an advanced weapon refinement master who was renowned in True Fire sect as well. Most of the cultivators who ordered superior-grade spirit weapons at True Fire Weapon Workshop came because of Elder Zhang's reputation as well. A single set of materials and 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Elder Zhang shook his head and chuckled. He's asking for trouble. Even advanced weapon refinement masters would not dare to guarantee a 100% success rate for spirit gathering. Anyone who has a 50% success rate would already be considered as the top of weapon refinement masters. In other words, they would require at least 2 sets of materials if they want to earn that 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person is acting so arrogantly. I dare guarantee that within half a year, this Mo spirit weapon workshop will not be able to sustain and will close down. Guiyong asked, should we just ignore him then? Yes. Elder Zhang nodded. The main stream of income for True Fire Weapon Workshop is through customizing superior-grade spirit weapons. Since that Mo Ling guy is only able to refine middle-grade spirit weapons, his impact on us is not considered too great. Pausing for a moment, a look of mockery flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes as he sneered, let him perish on his own. I want to see how that guy ends up. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop's business was improving by the day and there was an endless stream of cultivators daily. Every day, Nian Qi would be the one greeting the cultivators. Su Zimo did not show himself and merely stayed in his room, making use of the materials sent over to perfect his tempering techniques and enhance his skills. As time passed, Su Zimo's standard of weapon refinement improved steadily and intricately. His tempering technique was also being perfected slowly. The problem of Su Zimo and Nian Qi's cultivating resources was also resolved with the considerable income of spirit stones daily. Half a year passed by quickly. The 2 men and 1 beast of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop gained a considerable amount of benefits. With sufficient spirit stones, Su Zimo had successfully reached late-stage foundation establishment 2 months ago. As for Nian Qi, she was at level 7 Qi condensation after just half a year's worth of cultivation. This cultivation speed was comparable to Su Zimo's back then. Night Spirit had grown a little more as well. It was clear that the essence energy of the dragon egg had a significant impact on Night Spirit's growth. During this period of time, Lin Xuanji tried dozens of methods to try and get his hands on Night Spirit only to be covered in dirt and end up in failure each time. After half a year, Lin Xuanji could finally take it no longer, bidding farewell and leaving. This day, Su Zimo called Nian Qi over. Yes. I want to make some changes to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop's rules. What rules? Nian Qi was not surprised. She was long used to it after half a year. She dared to guarantee that Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop had the most and oddest rules in the entire capital. However, its business was the best. Su Zimo continued, from tomorrow onwards, Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop will no longer customize middle-grade spirit weapons. We'll only take orders for superior-grade spirit weapons. Ah. Nian Qi's little mouth opened slightly, her face full of shock and disbelief. We're not customizing middle-grade spirit weapons anymore? Only superior-grade spirit weapons? After saying, even Nian Qi was shocked herself. Su Zimo nodded. That's right. It's still a single set of materials, but it'll cost 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. When she saw that Su Zimo was not joking about it, Nian Qi nodded instinctively. By the time she reacted, Su Zimo had already turned to leave. In the past half a year, every cultivator in the capital knew that the weapon refinement master known as Mo Ling had an odd temperament and only forged weapons in the afternoon. After 6 hours, no matter how many people were queuing outside, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would close its doors. This afternoon, a huge crowd of cultivators gathered in front of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop expectantly as usual. Before long, with a creak, the door opened, revealing a beautiful face. The cultivators who had been waiting for a long time outside were in high spirits, bouncing up from the spot one faster than the other. However, when they arrived at the entrance, everyone stopped in their tracks and did not dare step past it. There were too many rules for Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Without the permission of the owner of the place, anyone who dared cross the entrance would be disqualified from ordering customized spirit weapons from Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Initially, there were some cultivators who were discontented. Even though they did not dare to fight within the capital, they barged into the residence and created a fuss only to find themselves bitten half to death by a big, black dog. Miss Nian Qi, look, look! It's me. I'm Yu Jun. Miss Nian Qi, I've already been here for 3 consecutive days. It's my turn this time, right? Get lost. I've already camped here for an entire month. The crowd pushed around noisily, squeezing into a tight pack in front of the entrance. However, no one dared take a single step past it. With a hesitant expression, Nian Qi paused for a moment before saying slowly, "Fellow Taoists, from today on, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop will no longer customize middle-grade spirit weapons." Ow. What? No more customization? The crowd gradually calmed down and everyone was confused. Nian Qi continued, "From now on, we'll only customize superior-grade spirit weapons here. Yes, it's still a single set of materials, but the price will be at 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Why? Miss Nian Qi, that's not right. Why is he not customizing anymore? We're already here. That's right. We want to see fellow Taoist Mo Ling and ask him about it in person. Many cultivators were indignant and protested loudly. Nian Qi stuck out her tongue. "I forgot to tell you guys. Our young master is in a bad mood today and won't be refining any weapons. You guys won't be able to see him too. Please head back." With that, Nian Qi closed the door, leaving behind the rowdy crowd who did not recover for a long time. A moment later, a cultivator trembled while pointing at the door and gritting his teeth. "This guy is way too willful." Chapter 259, Assassination. Chapter 259, Assassination. True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang sat in the back hall, frowning as he looked at the accounts book. Guiyong bowed his head and stood below with a fearful expression, not saying a word. Why are we getting more orders for middle-grade spirit weapons recently while the orders for superior-grade spirit weapons have dipped instead? Elder Zhang asked in a deep voice. Hesitating for a moment, Guiyong replied, "It's Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop." Fufu. Before Guiyong could finish, Elder Zhang scoffed lightly, "I told you, in less than half a year, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop is bound to close down. Seems like I was right." To Elder Zhang, the reason why True Fire Weapon Workshop gained more orders for middle-grade spirit weapons must be because Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop had closed down. Guiyong looked awkward. Why? What's wrong? Elder Zhang could not help but frown and ask when he saw the odd expression on Guiyong's face. Guiyong answered honestly, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop did not close down. They merely changed to customizing superior-grade spirit weapons instead of middle-grade spirit weapons. Elder Zhang's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Wasn't Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop unable to customize superior-grade spirit weapons? Why are they suddenly able to do it?" "I have no idea as well," Guiyong shook his head. Pondering for a moment, Elder Zhang asked again, "What's their asking price?" Guiyong replied, 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Enlightened, Elder Zhang scoffed coldly, "No wonder all our business has been stolen. They pushed the price so low. Pass down orders that from today on, the price for customizing superior-grade spirit weapons at True Fire Weapon Workshop will be at 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones as well." This. Guiyong hesitated. "Why are you stuttering?" Elder Zhang berated, "Just say whatever you want to say." Guiyong cupped his fists. "Elder Zhang, pardon me for being blunt. Even if we lower our price to 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones, we won't be able to compete against Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop." "Why? You don't believe in my weapon refinement skills?" Elder Zhang's gaze turned fierce with a tinge of anger. Guiyong said softly, "Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop only requires a single set of materials to customize superior-grade spirit weapons as well." "What?" Elder Zhang slammed the table and stood up. His expression changed drastically as disbelief filled his eyes. That's impossible. Elder Zhang kept shaking his head. Even if he were to do it personally, he would need at least 10 sets of materials to guarantee the refinement of a superior-grade spirit weapon. However, most spirit weapon workshop only required a single set of materials. While the difference between middle-grade and superior-grade spirit weapons was a single spirit pattern, that one pattern stumped most weapon refinement masters. An additional spirit pattern meant that the chances of failure for spirit gathering would increase immensely. How could someone guarantee a 100% success rate of refining superior-grade spirit weapons with just a single set of materials? Guillaume said with a bitter smile, Elder Zhang, we can't continue like this. The impact on our weapon workshop is too great. What's the background of this person? Have you investigated him? Elder Zhang suddenly asked. Guillaume replied, I've been investigating, but there's no accurate news. Shadow, come out. Elder Zhang ordered suddenly. Squeak, squeak. In the shadows behind him, a rat that was the height of half a man ran out. It was pitch black and had cunningly cold eyes. As it squeaked, it bared its sharp teeth that were like knives. Guillaume was shocked. This was a Foundation establishment spirit demon, an ancient remnant beast, shadow rat. Elusive and mysterious, it was best at sneaking and specialized in assassinations. Shadow, infiltrate most spirit weapon workshop tonight and don't expose your tracks. I want to find out who this Mo Ling is. A vicious glint shone in Elder Zhang's eyes as he said slowly, if you get a chance, kill that person to eliminate our future worries. The shadow rat answered and turned around before disappearing. In the capital, ordinary cultivators were forbidden from sword kinesis flight as well as fighting. However, it wasn't an absolute without loopholes. As long as there was no massive fluctuation in spirit energy, one could naturally evade the detection of the capital's guards. Nighttime. Su Zimo sat in his room silently as usual, refining the essence energy of the dragon egg. Night Spirit was sprawled beside him. At midnight, Su Zimo felt something and frowned, opening his eyes. Almost at the same time, Night Spirit moved and listened intently. After a while, a cold glint flashed in Night Spirit's eyes. Walking out of the room silently, it headed to a corner at the edge of the wall and hid itself inside a shadow. Su Zimo could see everything clearly. Even though Night Spirit's eyes were opened, its eyes, body and surroundings were integrated with the darkness of the night completely without a single flaw. If Su Zimo had not seen Night Spirit heading over personally, he would not have believed it. Before long, a small head popped out of the top of the wall, surveying the surroundings in the courtyard with a pair of shifty eyes. The shadow rat felt a sense of uneasiness, but it could not discover anything unusual. After a moment of hesitation, it retreated from the wall. Night Spirit was still hidden in the shadow of the night at the corner of the wall motionlessly with a cold gaze, seemingly waiting for something. True enough. After a long time, the shadow rat appeared at the top of the wall again. It had not left and was merely being cautious by probing the situation within the wall. When it discovered that there were no dangers, the shadow rat relaxed and slid down the wall slowly. The moment it landed on the ground, Night Spirit darted out and appeared in front of the shadow rat in the blink of an eye. A cold, sharp claw appeared silently, piercing the shadow rat's flesh. The shadow rat panicked and wanted to shout. A black light flashed through the skies. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The head of the shadow rat was pierced by a sharp spike and its eyes dimmed. That spike was Night Spirit's tail. It was still a flawless hunt. The shadow rat could not resist at all. Throughout the entire process, Night Spirit was filled with a strong killing aura that was pure and cold. Picking up the shadow rat with its mouth, Night Spirit passed through the courtyard to Jishui River. It swayed its head gently and tossed the corpse of the shadow rat into the river, causing a ripple to spring up before disappearing. The flesh of an ancient remnant beast was not attractive to Night Spirit at all. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes, seemingly in thought as he smirked. That shadow rat was clearly sent by someone. Can't take it anymore, huh? True Fire Weapon Workshop. Elder Zhang and Guyong did not sleep for the entire night. Until daybreak, the shadow rat did not appear. There was a hint of fatigue on Elder Yu's face, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and waved. Go back and rest. Shadow is dead. This. Guyong also realized that if Shadow had not returned by now, it was most likely dead. Elder Zhang walked out of the room and looked in the direction of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. The coldness in his eyes intensified as he muttered, Mo Ling, a tall tree attracts the wind. Let's see how long more you can survive. Chapter 260, Breaking the Peace. Chapter 260, Breaking the Peace. In the past half a year, even though the reputation of Mo's spirit weapon workshop had skyrocketed, it was mostly targeted towards Qi refinement warriors and Foundation establishment cultivators since one could only customize middle-grade spirit weapons. As such, its influence was limited. However, Mo's spirit weapon workshop's reputation only truly grew after news of it accepting orders for customized superior-grade spirit weapons spread. Superior-grade spirit weapons were symbols of many golden cores. Usually the first thing that a Foundation establishment cultivator would do after forming a core would be to raise the grade of their spirit weapons. However, even the cheapest superior-grade spirit weapon required at least 3,000 superior-grade spirit stones. If they wanted a customized superior-grade spirit weapon, the price would be even higher and they would have to prepare 10 sets of materials. Most cultivators who just attained Golden Core cultivation realm would not have the purchasing ability. As such, many Golden Cores would only possess a superior-grade spirit weapon that was truly theirs when they were at mid or late stage. With the appearance of Mo's spirit weapon workshop, many Golden Cores who had just formed a core saw hope. From that day on, every afternoon, instead of Qi refinement warriors and Foundation establishment cultivators, Golden Cores were the ones gathered in front of Mo's spirit weapon workshop. This was quite a spectacular scene. In the capital, other than the Emperor of Great Zhou, there was no one else who could have such a great influence. Furthermore, even these Golden Cores did not dare to violate the rules of Mo's spirit weapon workshop lest they were disqualified from being able to customize superior-grade spirit weapons. What's the background of this Mo Ling? How arrogant of him to let us Golden Cores wait outside. Can't you see that even perfected being Lu has been coming here for 7 days straight? If a late-stage Golden Core like him is obeying the rules, we had better wait as well. True geniuses often have weird temperaments. This person must be inordinately proud of his abilities. Spring came and autumn passed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already stayed in the capital for a year and a half. There was only 1 year left before the sect competition. To cultivators, a year and a half passed extremely swiftly. However, for Su Zimo, he was transforming at every moment of the year and a half. It was a transformation in all aspects. In terms of weapon refinement, Su Zimo was becoming more skilled and his understanding of it deepened as well. His unique thousand-tempered finger technique was also being trained to absolute perfection through continuous practicing. After the thousand-tempered finger was perfected, Su Zimo had confidence of refining supreme-grade spirit weapons with 100% certainty. With sufficient resources of spirit stones, Su Zimo's cultivation was also increasing steadily as he approached perfected Foundation establishment. Of course, what delighted Su Zimo the most was that the essence energy of the dragon egg in his body was half gone. With another year, Su Zimo could refine all the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. Given the way things were going, he would be able to attain greater mastery of the organs refinement section by then as well. At greater mastery of his organs refinement section, and if Su Zimo no longer concealed the existence of his demonic qi, a complete release of his power of bloodline would be able to crush all Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, that was not realistic unless Su Zimo wanted to be the butt of all criticism. In the year and a half, Night Spirit had already absorbed the essence energy of the dragon egg completely. It was much faster than Su Zimo. Its body grew even bigger and it was half as tall as a human, covered with black scales that were incomparably tough. Without a bit of luster, the scales allowed Night Spirit to meld into night completely without being discovered. Looking at Night Spirit's body, a thought would flash through Su Zimo's mind from time to time. That body was completely made to kill. In terms of nimbleness, strength, burst, defensive capabilities, speed and various other attributes, they were fused to perfection on Night Spirit's body. Ever since the assassination attempt of the Shadow Rat, there had been a few similar situations in the residence. However, before Su Zimo could make a move, the cultivators and spirit demons that probed were buried under the claws of Night Spirit without being able to make a single peep. As most spirit weapon workshops' business grew, the number of golden cores that visited daily to customize superior-grade spirit weapons increased. The influence of most spirit weapon workshop within the capital grew as well. From dukes and officials down to the merchants and common folk, everyone knew of most spirit weapon workshop. Among them, True Fire Weapon Workshop suffered the greatest. Previously, they were the number one in the capital. Now, most spirit weapon workshop was showing signs of replacing them. Even though both weapon workshops were peaceful on the surface, everyone knew that it was a mere facade. Sooner or later, that peace would be broken. This morning, a series of sudden knocks rang outside most spirit weapon workshop. Nian Qi's figure flashed as she walked to the main door. When she opened it, she saw a rotund cultivator dressed as a merchant, looking somewhat nervous. Fellow Daoist, spirit weapon customization only begins at noon. You're too early, Nian Qi said. And no, I'm not. The merchant waved hurriedly and coughed. I am the owner of this residence. Ah. Nian Qi was stunned. Let him in. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Nian Qi turned to the side and the merchant hurriedly bowed and expressed his thanks. He walked carefully into most spirit weapon workshop, as if the land belonged to someone else, not him. Here's the rent for the remaining 2 years. Have a look. Su Zimo placed a storage bag on the table and pushed it in front of the merchant. Flustered, the merchant waved his hands hurriedly. No, how can I accept your rent? I don't deserve it, fellow Daoist. Su Zimo smiled and asked, is there anything else other than the rental? Yes. The merchant's face was uneasy as he rubbed his hands and said with a trace of pleading in his eyes, I hope that you can help me forge a superior-grade spirit weapon, fellow Daoist. Su Zimo wanted to reject him on the spot. However, he thought about how he might not have had a place to stay in the capital if not for this person's residence. Furthermore, a superior-grade spirit weapon was nothing much for him. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo nodded and agreed to it. Returning to his secret chamber for weapon refinement, Su Zimo took out the weapon tripod and began refining the weapon. The merchant requested for a flying sword, the most common and simplest of customized spirit weapons. Even so, Su Zimo was not sloppy about it and completed every single step with utmost seriousness. At the tempering stage, a flash of inspiration appeared in Su Zimo's mind, unraveling every single doubt he had repressed for the past half a year in his mind. The 1,000-tempered finger technique was perfected. Accompanied by tinkling sounds, Su Zimo's fingers were as light as elves, striking the body of the sword as the impurities within were purged bit by bit. After tempering was over, Su Zimo realized that he might be able to create his first supreme-grade spirit weapon. Spirit gathering began. 1 spirit pattern. 2 spirit patterns. It was almost effortless for Su Zimo for the first 2 spirit patterns. At the 3rd spirit pattern, Su Zimo encountered some obstacles. However, he still managed to complete it successfully after a couple of attempts with his spirit perception. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo did not stop there and chose to attempt condensing the 4th spirit pattern. Chapter 261, Life Exchange. Chapter 261, Life Exchange. Time trickled bit by bit. It was almost noon and Su Zimo had yet to come out of his secret chamber. The merchant was getting impatient as he paced around the courtyard endlessly, frowning with a grim expression. At this moment, he felt a sense of regret in his mind. From his point of view, the reason why Su Zimo did not appear for such a long time must be because the weapon refinement had failed. 2 years of rent was equivalent to 6,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 2 superior-grade spirit weapons. Coupled with the one he had just customized, he had made a loss of 3 superior-grade spirit weapons. Just for the sake of getting acquainted with a weapon refinement master, I threw in 3 superior-grade spirit weapons. What a loss. The merchant was frustrated internally. Afternoon. Su Zimo finally came forth from his secret chamber, looking visibly fatigued. It seemed to have drained him significantly. When the merchant saw this, he was even more certain of his speculation. Fellow Daoist, where's my superior-grade spirit weapon? The merchant approached with a fake smile. Su Zimo shook his head. I didn't refine a superior-grade spirit weapon. True enough. The merchant retracted his smile and his face darkened. Without waiting for Su Zimo to continue, he interrupted, Fellow Daoist Imo, the 2 years of rental that I did not collect from you along with the loss I made for this superior-grade spirit weapon, let's talk about compensation. Compensation? Su Zimo furrowed his brows, gradually realizing what was happening. A look of mockery flashed in his eyes and he asked, does that mean that you don't want this supreme-grade spirit weapon then? Ow. Supreme-grade spirit weapon? The merchant was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Nian Qi's beautiful eyes were widened in disbelief as well. Su Zimo flicked his palm open and a fresh flying sword laid calmly, exactly the way the merchant had specified. He injected spirit energy into it and a bedazzling spirit light shone from the sword. 4 rays of spirit patterns flashed consecutively, almost blinding the merchant. F4 spirit patterns? The merchant was so frightened that he fell to the ground on his butt, remarking with a trembling voice as his jaws dropped. A supreme-grade spirit weapon. After a long time, an ear-piercing shriek echoed in every corner of the residence. The merchant's eyes shone with excitement. He was so emotional that he wanted to grab the supreme-grade flying sword right away. However, he was embarrassed and was at a loss. It was no wonder why the merchant lost his composure. Golden cores had a lifespan of 500 years. Typically, with the passage of time, golden cores would deepen in their cultivations and accumulate more resources, eventually obtaining 1 or 2 superior-grade spirit weapons. However, other than the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, most golden cores might not even obtain a single supreme-grade spirit weapon in their entire lives. Fellow Daoist Imo, Sir Imo. The merchant said with a fawning smile, you're the best weapon refinement master, please don't stoop to my level. I was only spouting nonsense just now, please don't take it for real. Even though the merchant was a golden core, the moment Su Zimo could refine superior grade or even supreme grade spirit weapons, their statuses were already reversed. Take it. After making the most critical step of progress on his weapon tempering technique, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not be bothered to get calculative with this person. Sir Imo, this residence belongs to you from this day forth. Feel free to live as you please. The merchant was smiling so widely it was about to bloom as he took over the supreme-grade flying sword. His residence could only sell 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones at most. However, a supreme-grade spirit weapon cost 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones at least. No matter how he looked at it, this transaction was a huge gain for him. The light had shone at the end of the tunnel. With high spirits, the merchant left most spirit weapon workshop. On that very day, an earth-shaking piece of news spread throughout the capital quickly. From today on, most spirit weapon workshop would no longer refine superior-grade spirit weapons. Instead, they would customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. What did it mean by customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons? It meant that most spirit weapon workshop was extremely confident that they could refine supreme-grade spirit weapons. Throughout history, there had never been weapon refinement masters who would dare to boast of such a thing. Of course, The rules of customizing supreme-grade spirit weapons in Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop were very different from previous rules. First, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would only customize a single supreme-grade spirit weapon each month. It would not open for business at all other times. Second, at the start of each month, Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop would conduct an auction and the highest bidder would obtain the chance to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon for the month. Third, the cultivators would have to prepare 30 sets of materials for the supreme-grade spirit weapon. When the news spread, the capital exploded instantly. Many Golden Cores experts appeared one after another, exiting from their seclusions in a bid to head to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. The allure of a supreme-grade spirit weapon was too great for Golden Cores, but there was no market for it. Given Zhou Zimo's capabilities, he only needed one set of materials to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon every afternoon. With that, he could refine 30 supreme-grade spirit weapons in a month. That was a terrifying figure. If all of them were placed in the market, it would cause a huge stir and might even cause many troubles. As a result, the price of supreme-grade spirit weapons would drop as well. Therefore, Zhou Zimo thought up another method. To outsiders, he would only refine a single supreme-grade spirit weapon each month. However, in reality, Zhou Zimo would make use of the 30 sets of materials to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon daily and continue to raise his weapon refinement technique. That night, 2 Golden Cores arrived at True Fire Weapon Workshop, looking travel-worn with frost on their faces. Both Golden Cores were old with white beards and hair with wrinkles on their faces. Their eyes were turbid and exuded an aged aura. Meng Han, Liang Qiu. Please come in, fellow Taoists. Elder Zhang went forward and quickly welcomed them into the back hall. Elder Zhang. It's been many years since we last met. How have you been? Meng Han nodded and cupped his fists. Heis. Elder Zhang shook his head and gave a long sigh. Liang Qiu said, Don't worry, Elder Zhang. Our purpose for this trip is to resolve this matter for the sect. You can rest assured. That's right. The two of us don't have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, we might as well give our lives to fight this guy in exchange for the glory of True Fire Sect. A vicious glint shone in Meng Han's eyes. For the past year and a half, True Fire Weapon Workshop has been enduring. However, when news of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons spread, Elder Zhang could no longer sit still. The influence of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop was growing. If it was allowed to develop further, it would not only affect the business of True Fire Weapon Workshop. Even True Fire Sect's reputation would be damaged severely. True Fire Sect sent 2 Golden Cores to the capital right away. The two of them were Liang Qiu and Meng Han. True Fire Sect's plan was clear, to exchange lives. In the Great Zhou's capital, there were 3 great guard squads, Scarlet Vulture, Azure Falcon and White Hawk. The commanders of those squads were all Golden Core experts. The 3 guard squads patrolled the streets day and night in shifts and security was tight. Any activity would lead to the guards' instant arrival. Liang Qiu and Meng Han were aiming to kill Mo Ling in his weapon workshop before the guard squads arrived. This was an assassination attempt of no return, exchanging their lives for his. Of course, if not for the fact that Liang Qiu and Meng Han were at the end of their lifespans, they would not do something like this. Chapter 262, 10 Breaths. Chapter 262, 10 Breaths. Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Zhou Zimo assumed a lotus position in his room, using the breathing and expiration method of the organ's refinement section while refining the essence energy of the dragon egg in his body. With each breath and expiration, a strong demonic qi would be released from Zhou Zimo's mouth and nose, permeating through the room and morphing into various beasts. Some spread their wings and soared into the skies while others raised their heads and roared. All of them had different forms and were divinely extraordinary. Zhou Zimo sat silently in the middle of the thousands of beasts, motionless as he exuded a terrifying aura that was above all life, sending chills down one's spine. It was late at night and Nian Qi had already fallen asleep in her room, leaving only Night Spirit beside Su Zimo. All of a sudden, Su Zimo jolted awake from his cultivation and opened his eyes, causing two cold lights to shine momentarily in the night. He felt a strong sense of trepidation. Almost at the same time, Night Spirit also sensed something and stood up. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be nothing different in the courtyard. If not for his spirit perception, Su Zimo would not have been able to sense that danger was already so close to them. Someone had managed to scale the wall and land into the courtyard while evading Su Zimo's sight and hearing. The fact that it was so silent was evident of the other party's strength. Jishui River was still flowing and gushing. Everything seemed normal, but Su Zimo vaguely caught a trace of abnormality amid the sound of running water. There were experts approaching both in front and behind of them. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the people arriving should be golden cores. Liang Qiu and Meng Han did not dare to be careless and had already made their plans in true fire weapon workshop. To ensure that nothing went wrong, the two of them split up. One of them would scale the wall through while the other would infiltrate Jishui River and flow down. At almost the same time, both golden cores that were close to the end of their lifespans entered the residence and headed towards Su Zimo's room. Until now, the two of them had yet to use any spirit energy. The moment they did, especially when they were fighting, the capital guards would definitely be alerted. The sooner they alerted the capital guards, the less time they had remaining. All of a sudden, a faint sight came from within the room. "You're finally here." Upon hearing that, Liang Qiu and Meng Han's expressions changed. Right after, a dazzling brilliance shone beneath their feet. The light of an array formation. There was an array formation carved outside the room. The light of the formation was like a torch that shot into the sky, adding a killing intent to the vast darkness. Tonight, it was Azure Falcon's turn to patrol. Every single Azure Falcon guard had an Azure Falcon demon beast as a companion, hence the name. Every single Azure Falcon was a Foundation Establishment spirit demon that was extraordinary and powerful. When they flapped their wings and released their full power, their speeds were extremely fast. All the Azure Falcon guards patrolling the streets of the capital caught sight of the formation light beam. Look at the light of that formation. It should be a grade 2 formation. Yes, but from the way the light is so multifarious, it's possible that there are 2 or more formations fused together. The Azure Falcon guards discussed as they sped towards the origin of the formation beam. What direction is it coming from? Judging from the location, it seems to be Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Oh no, Mr. Mo is in trouble. Many of the Azure Falcon guards' expressions changed drastically as they charged forward. One of them even took out a green badge from his storage bag and tossed it into the air. Arriving at the highest point, the badge exploded silently, forming a gigantic Azure Falcon. The Azure Falcon badge. One would only use the Azure Falcon badge if something extremely important happened. For the past 2 years, the most famous person with the biggest influence in the capital would have to be the owner of Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop, Weapon Refinement Master Mo Ling. Now, even for their discussions and gossip, people referred to him as Mr. Mo out of respect. The sole fact that he was able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons was enough to confer Mo Ling the title of the #1 weapon refinement master in the Great Zhou dynasty. In the capital, be it early-stage or late-stage golden cores, it was their honor to be able to meet Mr. Mo. Almost at the same time, a green figure leaped into the air and sped towards Mo's spirit weapon workshop like lightning. The moment the formation light shone, Meng Han and Liang Qiu felt their hearts sink. It was only a grade 2 formation and was not enough to trap the both of them. However, the two of them had already alerted the capital guards before they even caught sight of the legendary Mo Ling. That was equivalent to losing the initiative, and they were now in a passive position given the complete change in circumstances. 10 breaths. If the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, Mu Dongqing, used all his strength to rush here, he would only require 10 breaths worth of time. This meant that Liang Qiu and Meng Han had to find Mo Ling and kill him on the spot within that 10 breaths. Otherwise, after 10 breaths, once the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards arrive, they would be the dead ones. 10 breaths is more than enough time. Liang Qiu hollered as he conjured hand seals with his left hand, conjuring spirit arts. His right sleeve trembled and a flying sword darted out. Almost instantly, 3 spirit patterns lit up on the sword. It was a superior-grade spirit weapon. Boom! With a loud bang, the Grade 2 formation's barrier shattered on the spot and dissipated, revealing a green-robed cultivator at the back. He was handsome and bore a calm expression as he looked over coldly. At the same time, Meng Han slapped his storage bag and waved both hands, shooting out 2 cold beams of light. Spirit patterns lit up in a dazzling manner. 2 superior-grade flying swords. Go to hell. Meng Han's flying sword pierced towards the green-robed cultivator like 2 beams of light. Before the swords even arrived, the temperature of the surroundings dipped in a suffocating manner. By now, a breath had passed. Everyone knew of the situation. There were only 2 men and 1 beast in Mo's spirit weapon workshop, and the green-robed cultivator in front of them was obviously not the little girl named Nian Qi. His identity was exposed. In reality, the moment they caught sight of Su Zimo, Liang Qiu, and Meng Han were slightly stunned. They had never expected that Mr. Mo, the so-called #1 weapon refinement master in the Great Zhou dynasty, would be a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, the young man was only at Foundation establishment. But very quickly, Liang Qiu and Meng Han regained their senses as a look of mockery flashed across their eyes. To both of them, Su Zimo was already a dead man. Under the combined forces of 2 golden cores, notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was only at late-stage Foundation establishment, even if he was a meridian cultivator, he would not be able to last more than 10 breaths. Meng Han's 2 flying swords pierced towards Su Zimo at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo did not dodge at all, seemingly scared silly or couldn't react in time. It's over. Liang Qiu and Meng Han glared at Su Zimo coldly, as if they could visualize the image of the latter's head pierced by the flying swords with fresh blood gushing out. Snap! The next moment, the sound of shattering on the battlefield caused their expressions to change. He was not dead. The flying sword did not pierce Su Zimo and instead struck another barrier of light. There were other array formations other than the Grade 2 formation. This was a chain formation. 2 breaths had passed. Chapter 263, Perilous Situation. Chapter 263, Perilous Situation. In Liang Qiu and Meng Han's eyes, Su Zimo was standing not far away, seemingly within reach. But in reality, there were dozens of Grade 2 formations standing between them. A year ago, on the night when Night Spirit killed the Shadow Rat, Su Zimo had already realized that someone in the capital wanted his life. In fact, there might even be golden cores sent to assassinate him in the future. The gap between Foundation establishment and Golden Core realm was way too great. Even if Su Zimo was both an immortal and demon cultivator, he would not be able to face a Golden Core head-on with the full release of his power of blood chi. Once a Golden Core arrives, Su Zimo would definitely die. However, this was the capital of Great Zhou after all. What Su Zimo wanted to do was not to confront the Golden Cores head-on, but to stall for time. As long as he could last for the short period of time and wait for the capital guards to arrive, the assassination attempt by the Golden Cores would be for naught. For this day, Su Zimo set up many Grade 2 formations outside, linked and interconnected. Even if the people caught were Golden Cores, they would not be able to dispel the formations in a short period of time. There were dozens of illusion, trapping and killing formations combined together. While they were all Grade 2 formations, those were the peaks of Grade 2 formations. Bang! 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 Liang Qiu and Meng Han continued to release their spirit arts. Light shone in the night skies as the sounds of array formations shattering rang out. In the blink of an eye, another 2 breaths had passed. 4 breaths had passed since the 2 of them were exposed. However, the 2 of them were still trapped in the formations, unable to charge out. Sensing the urgency of time, Meng Han's expression changed slightly as he coldly asked, just how many formations did this person set up? Both of them had destroyed at least 10 formations within 2 breaths of time, but they were still not out of the area. If this continued, they would die within the formations without even seeing Su Zimo himself. Liang Qiu took out a talisman from his storage bag and injected spirit energy into it with a vicious glint in his eyes. Swoosh! The talisman floated in midair as 3 dazzling spirit patterns sparkled on it, exuding a domineeringly strong force that intensified. A grade 3 talisman. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The aura emitted by that grade 3 talisman was more terrifying than Liang Qiu and Meng Han's combined attacks. Even his body would be penetrated instantly if he was struck by the power of that talisman directly. The talisman was crushed. Boom! With a deafening boom, the ground in Mo's spirit weapon workshop shook vigorously. The stone slabs cracked, the earth rumbled and the house shook like it could collapse at any moment as dust clouds puffed all over. The core of the shattered talisman let out a bedazzling light akin to the sun descending as a destructive force rippled in all directions. Initially, there were around 30-odd grade 2 formations left surrounding Liang Qiu and Meng Han. Since they did not know anything about formations, they had to rely on brute force to break through the formations, and 10 breaths was sufficient for them to deal with everything. However, even if they could dispel the formations, their mission would be a failure. Time was of the essence. Therefore, Liang Qiu had no choice but to take out that grade 3 talisman. That was his most powerful offensive technique, and he had traded for it with almost all his life savings. That was also his final trump card. After the talisman was shattered, the terrifying strength demolished all the 30-odd grade 2 formations in an instant. There were still 5 breaths of time left. The moment the formations were shattered, Night Spirit moved. A black shadow darted by, indistinguishable to the naked eye under the guise of the night, and arriving almost instantaneously in front of Liang Qiu. 10 sharp claws silently reached out from the gaps of the palm. Long, sharp and slightly curved, they were like 10 huge hooks that shone with a cold glint. It would be almost impossible for one to break free if they were struck with claws like that. Night Spirit's pair of front claws grabbed Liang Qiu's shoulders while its rear claws struck Liang Qiu's ribs. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit at Liang Qiu's neck viciously. While it was a simple movement, it had almost rendered Liang Qiu's entire body sealed. Once his shoulders were locked, it was equivalent to his arms being crippled. The rear claws that pierced the ribs not only penetrated Liang Qiu's organs, Night Spirit could even change stances to counter Liang Qiu's legs at any moment. It was not over yet. Night Spirit's spear-like tail shimmered with a dark light and was already stabbing towards Liang Qiu's dantian in silence. Every single golden core perfected being's strongest method was to self-destruct their golden cores. The self-destruction of a golden core would instantly release a terrifying power that could even kill cultivators of the same level. Of course, once they chose that option, the self-destructing golden core would definitely perish with nothing remaining. Therefore, no golden cores would choose to self-destruct until the very last moment. In fact, many golden cores would choose not to self-destruct even until the moment they died. Not everyone had the courage to self-destruct. By piercing Liang Qiu's dantian with its tail, Night Spirit was ensuring that Liang Qiu would not even have the chance to self-destruct. He had no way of retreating. Night Spirit's attack was perfect and flawless, every single detail pushed the limits of killing. Such brilliant techniques were usually honed through countless bloodshed and battles where one experienced close shaves with death. However, Night Spirit was an exception. No one taught it those things. It was as if everything was infused in his bones and were deeply rooted, an innate ability that was inherited from his bloodline. Liang Qiu could tell of the lethality in Night Spirit's killing attack and was alarmed as an uncontrollable trace of panic flashed past his eyes. However, he was a golden core after all. Furthermore, he was a golden core that had lived for almost 500 years. He had seen and experienced far too many battles in his lifetime. With a speed inferior to night spirits, if Liang Qiu chose to dodge instinctively at this moment, he was bound to die. He repressed the panic in his heart and touched his storage bag with a calm expression. Instantly, a protection talisman appeared in his hand that he crushed. Whoosh! A barrier appeared on Liang Qiu's body that illuminated extremely brightly and burst forth with a shocking amount of energy. Almost all of Night Spirit's killing moves were deflected by the protection talisman. At the same time, Night Spirit's body was repelled by the power of the protection talisman. Liang Qiu broke out in cold sweat. Crack! 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 The light barrier cracked and dimmed. Even though he was unharmed, Night Spirit's attack had cost him a Grade 3 protection talisman just like that. However, the Grade 3 talisman extended Liang Qiu's life, allowing him to catch his breath. Bastard, how dare you! Liang Qiu was furious as he activated his golden core, causing pure spirit energy to channel from it. Conjuring a seal with his left hand, he waved his right hand and pierced at Night Spirit's head with an immense sword chi. The moment Night Spirit missed its attack, it had already realized that things were not looking good. Shoo! A cold light flashed. Because the distance between them was too close, coupled with the fact that Liang Qiu had expended all his might in a moment of anger, the flying sword appeared almost instantly. Night Spirit turned its head with all its might, avoiding lethal damage as a stream of blood shone. A wound deep enough to reveal bones appeared on Night Spirit's cheek as blood dripped everywhere. In fact, given Liang Qiu's strength as a golden core, even if Night Spirit had avoided damage to its vital points, the sword chi from the flying sword should have been enough to slice Night Spirit's head into half. However, the pitch-black scales on Night Spirit's cheek blocked most of the damage from the sword chi, allowing it to survive. In just a single exchange of blows, things were already in a perilous situation. If either the man or the beast had dealt with things wrongly with any bit of hesitation, one party would have died on the spot. Chapter 264, Killing Golden Cores. Chapter 264, Killing Golden Cores. No matter what, the difference in strength between both sides was obvious. Night Spirit was still in its childhood phase and could only be considered as a Foundation Establishment spirit demon. Even though Liang Qiu was an old man past his prime, he was still a golden core after all. Furthermore, the flying sword was only his first attack. The moment he struck with the sword, Liang Qiu conjured a spirit seal with his left hand, forming a huge fire spear. It emitted an extremely scorching heat that burned the surrounding air, producing crackling sounds. Bastard, die! Liang Qiu let out a roar and revealed a sinister smile. The distance between the two was extremely close. In addition, Night Spirit had just avoided Liang Qiu's flying sword and its body was still hovering in midair, dealing with the resultant force. Therefore, it was incapable of dodging the new attack at all. Once it was hit by the spirit art of a golden core, even with its pitch-black scales as protection, Night Spirit would probably suffer a serious injury. That was the essence of melee combat, extremely dangerous. Victory was often determined in a single instance. With the stark change of circumstances, Night Spirit's attack that missed caused it to lose the initiative and end up falling into a huge crisis. On the other end, Meng Han began attacking Su Zimo as well. Shoo! Shoo! The sound of sharp blades tearing through the air was piercing and chilling. Streaking through the night skies, the two sword beams arrived before Su Zimo almost in the blink of an eye. Meng Han did not underestimate Su Zimo just because the latter was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He was using his full might even as a lion that was fighting against a rabbit. The two flying swords arrived one after another, trapping Su Zimo in the middle and cutting off his retreat route. After the formations were dispelled, Su Zimo and Night Spirit were completely revealed before the two golden cores without any chance of getting through things with luck. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on their abilities. When Meng Han struck, Su Zimo did not view the attack with his eyes. That was because he knew that golden cores were too fast. By the time he saw the flying swords approach, it would be too late for him to dodge. Su Zimo was relying on spirit perception entirely. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. The moment Meng Han's two flying swords struck out, Su Zimo lowered his body and sprawled on the ground instantly. Using his limbs, he charged forward in an extremely fast speed like an agile python. Meng Han frowned when the flying swords missed. Clearly, he had not expected that Su Zimo would have such a move. Su Zimo stuck close to the ground and traveled with a calm expression, emitting a profound light in his eyes as if he was targeting a prey. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a huge fire spear was about to leave Liang Qiu's fingertips. However, Night Spirit's eyes were pitch black and cold without the slightest bit of panic at all. A strange ripple suddenly appeared in the void between the beast and the man. Swoosh! It was as if something had cut through the night sky and stabbed in reverse. That was Night Spirit's tail. Poof! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh could be heard as the razor spike on Night Spirit's tail penetrated Liang Qiu's extended arm. Ah! Liang Qiu could not help but yelp upon receiving such a serious injury. His arm trembled and the spirit energy that was gathered on his fingertips nearly dissipated. Although the fire spear was shot with all its might, its strength was considerably weaker. Bang! As Liang Qiu had expected, Night Spirit did not have the energy to dodge the incoming fire spear and was struck right in the chest. However, due to the weakened strength of the fire spear, Night Spirit merely rolled on the ground once before getting up. It bore a ferocious gaze and a bloodthirsty aura emanated from its body. Liang Qiu had not expected for the situation to change the moment they exchanged blows. Night Spirit's gambit at death's door had not only managed to avert its crisis, but injured him instead. That was a talent for combat. By making use of its immense combat talent, Night Spirit forcefully reversed its terrible situation and even gained an advantage against a golden core. Before Liang Qiu could take a breath, another suffocating killing intent hit him. A black shadow suddenly stood from the ground and approached. Die! With a loud shout, Su Zimo swung his arm and drew a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a seal, it descended from the sky and erupted the air instantly with a deafening boom. Time seemed to have stopped. In that instant, Liang Qiu's pupils constricted as his heart stopped beating. In just a few breaths' time, the shocks that Liang Qiu received were truly too much. Night Spirit was only one of them. The green-robed cultivator named Mo Ling was even more so. Liang Qiu had truly not expected that instead of choosing to flee in the face of a combined assault from two golden cores, the mere Foundation establishment cultivator chose to retaliate against a golden core. What sort of courage was that? Furthermore, Su Zimo's timing for his attack was perfect. Liang Qiu's protection talisman was shattered, his left arm was injured, he had yet to retrieve his flying sword and his spirit energy had not recuperated after releasing his spirit art. This was when he was at his weakest. Against Su Zimo's incoming fist, Liang Qiu did not have any way of defending and could only raise his right arm instinctively to block. At the same time, he retreated continuously. Bang! Liang Qiu's arm collided against Su Zimo's fist and produced a massive sound of defeat. Snap! Right after, the wincing sound of bones cracking could be heard. Liang Qiu could see that his forearm was completely snapped, twisted into an extremely strange state. Opening his mouth, he was about to yell when an even more terrifying aura of death lunged at him, swallowing his voice whole. That gigantic seal that snapped his arm did not stop at all and continued smashing towards his head without its strength diminishing much. If he was struck, Liang Qiu's head would explode on the spot. Shoo! One of Meng Han's flying swords was embroiled in battle with Night Spirit. At the same time, his other flying sword sped and pierced towards the back of Su Zimo's head. If Su Zimo chose to dodge, Liang Qiu would definitely be able to seize the opportunity to escape this predicament given the latter's cultivation realm. If Su Zimo chose to ignore it, while he could definitely kill Liang Qiu, his head would be pierced and he would die immediately. In a flash, Su Zimo did not hesitate as his eyes flickered and he retracted his right hand that had transformed into a gigantic seal expressionlessly. Liang Qiu let out a long breath of air. Drenched in sweat, he retreated abruptly as if he had just brushed through the gates of hell. Without turning back, Su Zimo spread his right hand behind his head as though he wanted to defend against the beam of the flying sword with his bare hands. When they saw that, Meng Han and Liang Qiu were both stunned. No matter how strong Mo Ling's body was, there was no way he could defend against a superior-grade flying sword of a golden core. What was that action of his for? Had Mo Ling gone stupid? Clang! The flying sword pierced Su Zimo's right palm and blood flowed out. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The flying sword did not manage to penetrate Su Zimo's right palm completely. Meng Han's expression changed starkly. How was that possible? Even though he managed to block the attack, the massive power of the flying sword caused Su Zimo to grunt still as the flesh on his arm exploded into a bloody mist. Using that force, Su Zimo took a step forward with the momentum and appeared before Liang Qiu instantaneously. Liang Qiu had just relaxed and had yet to take a breath when his heart sank once more. Not good. Against Su Zimo's gaze, Liang Qiu was petrified. How was that the gaze of a human? That gaze clearly wanted to devour humans instead. Su Zimo stretched his left arm. His bones and tendons rang at the same time while his arm expanded like a massive snake before coiling around Liang Qiu's head. Liang Qiu's head spun around his neck and was almost twisted off. By the time it stopped moving, his face was already unrecognizable. Liang Qiu died on the spot. A golden core had died. Chapter 265, Psychological Warfare. Chapter 265, Psychological Warfare. From the moment Night Spirit struck to its 2 rounds of fighting against Liang Qiu, then to Su Zimo's closing in with multiple killing moves to kill Liang Qiu, while the entire process seemed slow upon narration, everything only took up 2 breaths of time. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Meng Han looked at Liang Qiu, who fell to the ground with widened eyes of disbelief. A golden core had died in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Meng Han could barely accept it. What puzzled Meng Han even more was why his flying sword did not manage to penetrate Su Zimo's palm. The flying sword had clearly tore through Su Zimo's flesh, but why was it stuck all of a sudden, letting out the sound of metal clashing? If not for that, Liang Qiu would not have died. That was the truth. Even though Su Zimo was both an immortal and demon cultivator and Night Spirit had extremely sharp claws, in terms of actual strength, neither of them could take golden cores head-on. Given another environment and situation, both Su Zimo and Night Spirit could only flee in a one-on-one situation. However, there were too many factors affecting the outcome of a battle between cultivators. Night Spirit had the most credit for them being able to kill a golden core. If it had not attacked to destroy Liang Qiu's protection talisman while drawing away most of his attention, Su Zimo would not have had the chance to close in. Naturally, Liang Qiu's greatest mistake was in underestimating Su Zimo's spirit and determination. It wasn't just him. Meng Han had not expected that Su Zimo would dare retaliate against the assassination of 2 golden cores as well. In just 2 breaths' time, the situation had already turned upside down. Liang Qiu was dead. Meng Han was the only one left now. Most importantly, he only had 3 breaths of time left. At some point in time, a girl around 18 years old walked out from one of the rooms. Possessing exceptional beauty while wearing an elegant long dress, her withered hair was curled and rested behind her back. A flying sword hovered in front of Nian Qi, trembling and emitting a bright glow. There were 4 spirit patterns shining on it. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. Meng Han took a glance and his mouth cramped while his eyeballs nearly dropped out of his sockets. As a golden core, he had lived for more than 400 years. Even now that he was approaching death, he had never used a supreme-grade flying sword in his life. However, that girl was only a maidservant at early-stage Foundation establishment and she had a supreme-grade flying sword of her own? Suddenly, Meng Han recalled some of the recent rumors in the capital. Many cultivators said that the green-robed cultivator before him was the #1 weapon refinement master of the entire Great Zhou dynasty and could even customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Prior to this, Meng Han scoffed and refused to believe the rumors. He had lived for so long but he hadn't heard of any weapon refinement masters who would dare boast that they could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. But now, when he caught sight of the supreme-grade flying sword hovering before Nian Qi, Meng Han believed it. If even a maidservant had a supreme-grade flying sword, how many supreme-grade spirit weapons did Mo Ling possess? In the courtyard, Su Zimo, Night Spirit and Nian Qi stood in 3 different directions, facing off against Meng Han. Normally, a little girl at early-stage Foundation establishment should pose no threat to Meng Han. However, the problem was with the supreme-grade flying sword that she was wielding. While early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators clearly had insufficient strength, the killing power of the supreme-grade flying sword was way too great. The 2 men and 1 beast had different methods, any single one of them would be insignificant individually. However, all 3 of them had their own trump cards and could not be underestimated. Nian Qi's supreme-grade flying sword. Night Spirit's claws and its immensely strong physique. As for Su Zimo, he was the one most unfathomable to Meng Han. He possessed the agility and speed of demon beasts, a terrifying burst power, an intricate technique for melee combat as well as a keen sensitivity towards danger. Against that Foundation establishment cultivator, Meng Han actually felt a sense of fear from the depths of his heart. Ah! Abandoning all unnecessary thoughts, Meng Han bellowed and struck all of a sudden. He could not wait any longer. This was his final gambit and chance to kill Su Zimo. Shoo! Shoo! Meng Han's sleeves flapped as 2 flying swords shot out. At the same time, he conjured a seal with his left hand, condensing a gigantic fiery disk that enveloped Night Spirit. Meng Han's attack was 1 versus 3 and he had individual strategies for them. After witnessing Night Spirit's speed, he knew that it would be difficult to block Night Spirit using flying swords unless his sword-wielding technique was intricate enough. Therefore, Meng Han chose to attack with a spirit art that had a wider area of effect. The purpose of that spirit art was merely to slow Night Spirit down. As for the other 2 extremely fast flying swords, one of them targeted Nian Qi while the other was aimed at Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes flickered. The moment Meng Han struck with his swords, Su Zimo's figure shifted and moved swiftly close to the ground, arriving before the former in the blink of an eye. Rising, Su Zimo took a deep breath and his chest puffed up. He knelt with 1 knee on the ground and raised both hands as if he was holding a peach in his palms while killing intent spewed from his eyes. You were tricked. Meng Han's eyes lit up as he let out a sinister chuckle. Churning his golden core, his hands conjured seals and 2 long spears were formed, piercing viciously towards Su Zimo. This was the moment he was waiting for. A full-powered strike by a golden core as such was something that Su Zimo could not face head-on. The moment Liang Qiu fell, Meng Han realized that even if he were to use all his might against Su Zimo, as long as the latter were to avoid at all cost, it would be difficult for him to kill the other party within 3 breaths. Therefore, Meng Han chose to restrain Night Spirit first before attacking Su Zimo and Nian Qi at the same time. The single sword posed no threat to Su Zimo. However, it was enough to kill Nian Qi. Not everyone had Su Zimo's spirit perception and could dodge the flying sword of a golden core at Foundation Establishment realm. Hence, if Su Zimo wanted to save Nian Qi, he would have to attack Meng Han with all his might. This was the same scene as when Su Zimo killed Liang Qiu earlier on. However, the difference was that Liang Qiu was unprepared. But Meng Han was fully prepared. Before the flying sword struck Nian Qi, it fell to the ground without Meng Han's control. That attack was merely a feint to lure Su Zimo forward. Meng Han's full attention was focused on Su Zimo right from the beginning. Su Zimo was half knelt on the ground while Meng Han stood upright, looking down at the former. The two of them were extremely close and it was almost face to face. It seemed like Su Zimo's ending was already decided. Suddenly, Meng Han saw a trace of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Kill. The next moment, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar from deep in his throat. A huge stream of air shot out like an arrow. Totally unprepared, Meng Han's body shook and he was slightly dazed. His hands paused for a moment but it was still thrusting down. The moment Meng Han was momentarily dazed, Su Zimo had already exerted strength in both legs and fell to the ground while retreating back. The entire process was fluid as water without any sense of sluggishness at all. Su Zimo had rushed to the front while retreating even swifter without any delay at all. Meng Han's first attack was a feint. However, Su Zimo's sanguine ape fruit offering was also a feint. The one that was tricked was not Su Zimo, but Meng Han. Su Zimo realized that Meng Han would try to kill him but he could not ignore Nian Qi. That was why he made this move of advancing to retreat. In this psychological warfare on the brink of death, Su Zimo was still the one that won in the end. Chapter 266, Bearded Man. Chapter 266, Bearded Man Boom. A deafening noise echoed. Two long spears appeared in Meng Han's hands and slammed heavily into the ground, causing the stone slabs to crack while sand and gravel flew everywhere. He missed. Looking at the huge pit that he had just smashed out in front of him, Meng Han was slightly dazed. He maintained his original position, bent over with fists clenching air as if he was grabbing two long spears motionlessly. He had lost. Meng Han's gaze dimmed gradually. He had 2 breaths of time left. While Meng Han still had strength to attempt a final blow, there was a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. That was because he knew that he could not kill Su Zimo within those 2 breaths. Unless... A glimmer of light shone in the eyes of Meng Han's lowered head that disappeared quickly. In the eyes of Su Zimo, Nian Qi and Night Spirit, Meng Han was like an old man who had lost his soul, standing where he was rooted at a loss. It was a rare opportunity. Night Spirit's gaze was dark. Just as it was about to seize the opportunity to pounce and bite Meng Han to death, it was suddenly stopped by Su Zimo's gaze. It understood the stern warning in Su Zimo's eyes and did not behave recklessly. Not far away, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard clearly. The person arriving was speeding over in lightning speed with a tremendous aura. The capital's guards were about to arrive as well. Furthermore, that person should be a golden core too. With his body hunched, Meng Han raised his head. His gaze was cloudy and dull, as if he had aged immensely in a single instant, and the aura of twilight emanating from him intensified. You've won. He looked at Su Zimo quietly with a hint of exasperation in his tone as he gave a self-deprecating smile. Su Zimo tilted his head slightly and glanced askance at Meng Han silently. He did not say anything and merely gave a faint smile. Since my fate is already decided, kill me, Mo Ling. Meng Han sighed deeply and closed his eyes, as if he had completely given up on resisting. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and asked, "You must be wishing really hard for me to rush up so that you can self-destruct your golden core conveniently, right?" Upon hearing that, Meng Han opened his eyes suddenly. He had a ferocious gaze and menacing expression, revealing his final claws. Self-destructing his golden core was his final trump card. Meng Han knew that given Su Zimo's alertness and nimbleness, even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to get close to Su Zimo within 2 breaths of time. Therefore, he made a final gambit and put on a desperate stance, hoping to lure Su Zimo into the trap. It was a pity that Su Zimo saw right through it. It was a complete defeat. Right from the beginning, he and Liang Qiu had never had the upper hand. They were being led by the nose by this Mo Ling guy, a weapon refinement master and a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Meng Han gritted his teeth as his embarrassment turned into anger. With a deep growl, he lunged toward Su Zimo. At the same time, the golden core in Meng Han's dantian churned and expanded continuously, emitting a horrifying aura as it was about to reach its critical point soon. Destructing their golden cores was a difficult choice to make for most golden cores. However, Meng Han did not hesitate. That was because his fate was already decided. His lifespan was almost up. Even if he was not killed by the capital guards that were soon arriving, he would not survive for more than 3 years. The moment Meng Han made his strange movements, Su Zimo had already retreated a distance away. He was speeding along, ensuring that he maintained a sufficient distance between him and Meng Han. "How dare you, ruffian!" Right then, a middle-aged man in green armor flew over, roaring loudly across the night skies. He wielded a massive hammer with both hands while his face was dark and bearded. His voice was rough and sounded a little deafening. "Get lost." The bearded man blocked Meng Han's path, glaring with widened eyes as large as copper bells. After hollering, he actually flung his hammer over. Swoosh! The hammer slammed heavily against Meng Han's chest. Snap! Meng Han's chest caved in deeply as his face turned pale. Instantly, he was knocked flying like a broken kite. His figure hovered in midair and suddenly, the energy fluctuations in his body stopped and released in an instant. Boom! The golden core exploded, emitting a destructive force that rippled in all directions. A golden core formed the essence of a cultivator's cultivation base. The self-destruction of a golden core was equivalent to one releasing their entire lifetime's worth of cultivation back into the universe. How terrifying was the might of that? Even though Su Zimo was far away and was not in danger, he could still sense the terrifying aura that was emitted the moment the golden core self-destructed. Under that sort of power, the first person to be destroyed was none other than Meng Han himself. Instantly, his body evaporated into a bloodied mist with no corpse left. Right after, the gigantic hammer was repelled by the power in the same direction it came from, except it was now much faster and stronger. The eyes of the bearded man lit up as he heaved in a deep breath. Picking up another gigantic hammer, he struck the incoming hammer squarely. Clang! The two hammers collided. A piercing sound erupted. The bloodline of the bearded man surged as the muscles on his arms bulged up with veins that were like little snakes sticking to the surface of his skin. He had actually managed to receive the incoming hammer without staggering backwards with pure brute force. Su Zimo nodded to himself. This meant that the bearded man's strength was far beyond Meng Han's. Furthermore, the methods of the bearded man clearly indicated that he was a golden core well-versed in body tempering techniques as well. With a scoop, the bearded man received the hammer with his right hand and placed it into his storage bag. Surveying his surroundings, he frowned at the sight of the messy courtyard. Su Zimo walked over and cupped his fists. "Thank you for reaching in time and for saving me, sir. It's what I should do, it's nothing much." The bearded man waved it off casually before cupping his fists back with a strong momentum. "I'm the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, Mu Dongqing. Greetings, Mr. M.O." Every action of the bearded man was sturdy and he wore his feelings on his sleeves. Su Zimo had a good impression of this man already. Looking around, the bearded man's gaze landed on Liang Qiu's corpse. Liang Qiu was already beaten beyond recognition by Su Zimo and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable by now. Squatting down, the bearded man searched Liang Qiu's body from head to toe but to no avail. He took down the latter's storage bag and opened it before shaking his head. The bearded man said, "That man earlier self-destructed without a corpse while this person has nothing on him. His storage bag is also filled with useless items and there's nothing to prove his identity." Su Zimo smiled without replying. This assassination attempt that made use of 2 golden cores nearing the end of their lifespans was clearly the result of meticulous planning. Since the other party chose to conduct the assassination in the capital of Great Zhou, they must have made preparations to conceal their identities even if they failed. However, the only place in the entire capital that bore enmity or even killing intent towards him and even had the capabilities to deploy 2 golden cores was their True Fire Weapon Workshop. Chapter 267, Won't Fail. Chapter 267, Won't Fail. Mr. M.O., these 2 people have already perished without leaving anything behind as evidence. I'm afraid that regarding tonight's matter, the bearded man did not continue, but his words were clear. In fact, as long as anyone thought about this matter slightly, it would not be difficult to guess the faction behind Liang Qiu and Meng Han. However, this matter would most likely go unresolved without evidence. It's all right. Su Zimo smiled calmly without taking it to heart. Tonight, 2 golden cores were lost in vain. True Fire Weapon Workshop was the one that lost out, not Su Zimo. The bearded man was about to bid farewell and leave when he inadvertently caught sight of the flying sword in Nian Qi's hands and the corner of his eyes twitched. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. That little maidservant was wielding a supreme-grade flying sword. Prior to this, the bearded man was a little skeptical when he heard that most Spirit Weapon Workshop could customize supreme-grade spirit weapons. Even though he referred to this person as Mr. M.O., he was not entirely convinced. After all, being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons sounded way too absurd to be true. When he saw Su Zimo personally, the bearded man was even more convinced of his thoughts. Su Zimo was way too young and he was only at a mere foundation establishment realm as well. Typically, the truly top weapon refinement masters were all golden cores. Without enough years of weapon refinement, it would be difficult for one to develop a personal understanding of spirit gathering, and naturally, one would not be able to become a top weapon refinement master. Even if this Mo Ling person had started to refine weapons in his mother's womb, he would only have a couple decades worth of experience. How could he compare with the hundreds of years of experience that golden cores have put into weapon refinement? The bearded man believed that Su Zimo must definitely have capabilities to be able to make a name for himself in the capital. However, being able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons was merely a gimmick to promote his weapon workshop. But now that the bearded man saw the supreme-grade flying sword in Nian Qi's hands, his heart started to waver. Could this Mo Ling truly be able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? But he's way too young. He only looks to be in his 20s. How is it possible? But, even his maidservant has a supreme-grade spirit weapon of her own. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator using a supreme-grade spirit weapon? What sort of a privilege is that? That's insane. Standing on the spot motionlessly, the bearded man stared at Nian Qi, who was not far away, with a trace of bitterness in his eyes. A gaze as such made by a burly man was more than enough to scare a little girl. "Sir, are you all right?" Nian Qi whispered. "Ah." The bearded man froze for a moment and realized that he had gone out of sorts. Blushing with shame, he coughed gently and asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that you're able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons here?" "That's right," Su Zimo nodded. The bearded man had not expected for Su Zimo to answer so readily. Could this person truly be able to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons? "Well, if I want to customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon, what do I need to prepare?" The bearded man asked after some silence. "Sir, you won't be able to do it this month." At that moment, Nian Qi was the first to speak. She was the best in this aspect. For the past 2 years, she was in charge of receiving business at Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop. Nian Qi continued, "Our young master only refines 1 supreme-grade spirit weapon a month. The opportunity for this month has already been auctioned away on the first day of the month. Sir, if you wish to customize supreme-grade spirit weapons, you have to wait for the first of the following month." Bring 30 sets of materials and sufficient spirit stones for the auction. Don't worry, sir. We're extremely fair at most spirit weapon workshop and we don't discriminate between gender and age. The highest bidder will definitely get it. The bearded man's mouth cramped up as he rubbed his hands together. He looked awkward, as if he wanted to say something. If he was truly bidding openly with other golden cores, there was no way he would get the opportunity. Putting aside whether or not he had sufficient spirit stones, he did not even have enough materials for 30 sets and would not be qualified to bid for the auction at all. Su Zimo watched from the side for a while before suddenly saying, "Sir, I can refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon for you as repayment for your life-saving grace today." For real? The bearded man was at a loss for what to ask for. Su Zimo's words rang in his mind like heavenly music as he cupped his fists hurriedly. "Thank you very much, Mr. M.O." Actually, as the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards, it was completely part of his duties to rush over and kill Meng Han. Su Zimo's action was in part because he had a decent impression towards this bearded man. At the same time, it was a favor for the other party. There were 3 guard squads in the capital of Great Zhou and the Azure Falcon Guards was one of them. While the bearded man seemed boisterous, he was the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards. This was a powerful figure with immense authority in the capital. Being able to befriend someone like this would not be a bad thing. The bearded man continued, "Mr. M.O., I don't have enough materials with me. I only have enough for 7 sets. I'll come look for you again after I gather enough later on." Su Zimo replied calmly, "That's enough." "What?" The bearded man asked instinctively in a daze, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. Su Zimo smiled. "Give me that 7 sets of materials, that's enough. Tell me about the specifications of the spirit weapon you want to refine." The bearded man fell silent as thoughts filled his mind. 7 sets of materials were enough? Wasn't he supposed to prepare 30 sets? Given another weapon refinement master, 7 sets of materials might not even be enough to refine a superior grade spirit weapon, but this person could refine supreme grade spirit weapons with it. Su Zimo's casualness in replying had instead caused the bearded man to feel suspicious. After hesitating for a while, the bearded man took a deep breath and decided to place his trust in Su Zimo. He took out 7 storage bags from his storage bag with 7 sets of materials within them and passed everything to Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The bearded man repeated his specifications again and asked, "May I know when I can come to collect the supreme grade spirit weapon, Mr. M.O.?" "Morning," Su Zimo said as he turned towards his secret chamber for weapon refinement with the 7 storage bags. "Morning? Which morning?" The bearded man asked again hurriedly, stunned. "I'm going to refine it now and it'll be done by morning." After saying that, Su Zimo vanished into his secret chamber for weapon refinement, leaving a dumbstricken bearded man with a lost expression. He took a long time to snap to his senses. Turning around, he looked at Nian Qi in disbelief and asked, "The morning that Mr. M.O. mentioned is this morning?" "That's right." Nian Qi nodded. "You can wait here for 6 hours. It should be around that long." 6 hours is enough for him to refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon? There's no need for him to enter Anidia for 3 days while bathing in incense to adjust his state and pray to the heavens? Isn't that too perfunctory? The bearded man rambled a bunch of questions in a single breath, rendering Nian Qi speechless and stunned. Seeing that the little girl was also confused, the bearded man said in a deep voice, "Everything else aside, what if Mr. M.O. fails in spirit gathering?" Nian Qi replied, "Our young master never fails." The bearded man. Chapter 268, Emperor of Great Zhou. Chapter 268, Emperor of Great Zhou. Before long, shadows appeared in the night and the sound of wings flapping could be heard. A large group of Azure Falcon Guards arrived, covering the skies densely and almost surrounding the entire Mo spirit weapon workshop. Greetings, Commander. Many Azure Falcon guards that were riding on Azure Falcons cupped their fists in unison and shouted. Everyone's gaze swept across the courtyard and could not help but feel secretly shocked, and they saw the tragic battlefield. The bearded man nodded and waved his hand. Take this corpse away. You guys can leave first. I'll continue guarding here for the night lest any more ruffians try to assassinate Mr. M.O. Understood. On the surface, the many Azure Falcon guards obeyed readily. However, everyone's hearts stirred. Even though M.O. Ling was very famous in the capital in recent years, the bearded man was the commander of the Azure Falcon guards, and there was no need for him to stand guard personally. With the actions displayed by the bearded man, M.O. Ling's status in everyone's hearts rose again. Before long, the Azure Falcon guards retreated. Only the bearded man, Nian Qi, and Night Spirit, who was sprawled in a corner with half-opened eyes, seemingly napping, were left in the courtyard. The wait was arduous. The bearded man's gaze was fixed on Su Zimo's secret chamber for weapon refinement. He had never felt that a night could be so long. 6 hours passed by that silent night. At the first break of dawn, the door of the secret chamber opened with a creak. Su Zimo strode out with a gigantic hammer in his hands. Instantly, the bearded man bounced up from his seat and hurried towards Su Zimo excitedly. When he approached, he received the hammer in Su Zimo's hands and felt his arms sink. He would fall if he did not use all his strength. The weight was sufficient. The bearded man nodded to himself. Focusing his attention, he looked at the 4 spirit patterns on the surface of the hammer that were beautiful like a work of the heavens. Could it be? The bearded man's eyes lit up as he channeled his golden core and injected spirit energy. Swoosh! The hammer shone brightly, and an aura that was as strong as the earth spread out with 4 dazzling spirit patterns. A supreme-grade spirit weapon. The bearded man was overjoyed and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Bowing deeply to Su Zimo, he said sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. M.O." For Su Zimo, refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon required no effort at all. However, the favor was too much for the bearded man. The bearded man said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mr. M.O. From today on, as long as it's time for the Azure Falcon guards to patrol, I'll definitely move around more in the vicinity. If anything strange happens, I can arrive on the scene at the first moment." Su Zimo smiled. "I'll have to trouble you then, sir." The next afternoon. News of the assassination attempt in Mo's spirit weapon workshop had already spread through the capital and created a huge stir. There was no secret that could be hidden forever in the world. Furthermore, the event happened within the capital. The blinding formation light that shone from Mo's spirit weapon workshop the previous night illuminated the surroundings like daylight and woke countless people up. Have you heard? It said that golden cores were sent to assassinate Mr. M.O. last night. Not only did they fail, they even died at the shores of Jishui River. That's right. I heard that even the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards was activated. I witnessed it personally. Some of the Azure Falcon Guards carried an unrecognizable corpse out. That person clearly died tragically, a cultivator said in a serious tone. Some cultivators who claim to have met Mr. M.O. said that he's a Foundation establishment cultivator. Fufu, I'm now quite clear that Mr. M.O. is definitely a golden core, or he wouldn't have been able to survive last night. I told you long ago that Mr. M.O. is a golden core. How else could he refine superior grade and even supreme grade spirit weapons? Through the streets and alleys, restaurants and inns, markets and shops, everyone was discussing this matter. Within the palace, a yellow-robed middle-aged man sat leaned against a throne with an account memorial that was placed on the table before him not long ago. His gaze was deep and his wide forehead symbolized his profound wisdom. Behind the middle-aged man was a scholarly man who bore a calm expression and restrained eyes. His cultivation was unfathomable. The yellow-robed man was none other than the Emperor of Great Zhou. Nearby the Emperor of Great Zhou, a golden core in azure armor, knelt on one knee. He had a dark face with a beard and was none other than the commander of the Azure Falcon Guards who had saved Su Zimo the previous night. Earlier on, the bearded man was summoned by the Emperor to the imperial court where he recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Does that mean that this Mo Ling is truly able to refine supreme-grade spirit weapons? After pondering a while with his eyes closed, the Emperor opened his eyes and asked with a burning look. His tone revealed the doubts that he had. Yes. The bearded man replied, not only can he refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he only took 6 hours. Furthermore, be it Mr. Mo or his maidservant, they gave me the feeling that he's able to conduct spirit gathering with 100% certainty. 100% confidence in spirit gathering? The Emperor murmured and narrowed his gaze. If that was truly the case, this news could shake the entire cultivation world. Perfected Lord Mingzhe, what do you think? The Emperor glanced askance. The title of Perfected Lord meant that this person was a nascent soul. The scholarly man standing behind him said, in Tianhuang mainland, 100 Refinement sect possesses the most brilliant techniques for weapon refinement. It's said that 100 Refinement sect has techniques that can increase the success rate of spirit gathering, but it's definitely impossible to claim a 100% success rate. The Emperor nodded. This person must have some sort of a unique spirit gathering technique. Even though it's not 100%, the success rate must be extremely high. Fufu, not bad, this Mo Ling is quite a character. The Emperor smiled as he nodded his head with a hint of admiration. Your Majesty, you're keen on this talented person? Perfected Lord Mingzhe asked with a chuckle. That's right. The Emperor replied, wait for a while. When I'm free, we'll go to Mo's Spirit Weapon Workshop and meet this person. Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned and advised against it, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. Even if this person is quite a character, he's not worthy of you making a personal visit. You can just summon him into the palace. Furthermore, even if he can refine supreme-grade spirit weapons, he's nothing but a weapon refinement master. As long as his cultivation realm is not at nascent soul, he will not be able to refine dermic weapons and he will never become a weapon refinement grandmaster. Attaining nascent soul realm meant that the cultivator had made yet another critical step on the path of cultivation. At perfected golden core, it meant that one was at the end of the path for core formation. Born in one's dantian, the golden core was round and golden like a fetus. One could only attain a breakthrough in their cultivation realm and achieve a new life after breaking the golden core and allowing the fetus to be born successfully. That fetus was what was known as the nascent soul in the cultivation world. Therefore, there were many rumors about how to break the core and attain a nascent soul in the cultivation world. Nascent soul perfected lords were completely detached from the realm of spirit energy and have control over a completely different form of energy, dermic powers. This was an energy that was stronger and more terrifying than spirit energy. That was also why only nascent souls could release Dharma arts. Dermic weapons were used by nascent souls. In the world of weapon refinement, only cultivators that can refine dermic weapons could earn the title of weapon refinement grandmasters. That was why perfected Lord Mingzhe was direct to point out that Su Zimo was unable to refine dermic weapons due to his limited cultivation realm. As such, he was not worthy of the Emperor of Great Zhou's high regard for a personal visit. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.